Chapter 54. Sacred Artifact, Bright Moon Blade. Not only that, the Bright Moon Saber still has some sage chi left on it. This means that there are still sage Taoist rhymes left on it. If I can comprehend it, I will benefit a lot. Not bad. Every sage orthodoxy had a few sage artifacts. However, there were very few sage artifacts that still had sage Taoist rhymes. The Bright Moon Saber in front of them was extremely extraordinary, and its value far exceeded that of ordinary sage artifacts. But why would the Bright Moon Saber be stuck here? Princess Linglong was puzzled. She glanced around and saw a huge crack at the foot of the mountain. There were also broken mountains along the way, and there were more or less remnants of saber chi on these marks. It was as if the Bright Moon Saber had flown over, and the saber chi had left a mark on it. Only when its power was exhausted did it stab into the mountain. Could it be that the luminous moon saint was fighting with someone? Then, the Bright Moon Saber was sent flying? Thinking of this, Princess Linglong was shocked. But no matter what, with the saint artifact before him, how could he sit back and do nothing? Chu Kuangren and Princess Linglong looked at each other and immediately attacked. None of them wanted to give it up. I want this saint artifact. Women, you change so fast. Let's talk about it after you get it. Chu Kuangren chuckled. His speed was not slow at all. At this moment, a silvery white thunderbolt erupted not far away. It was wrapped in a monstrous Taoist rhyme, and it blasted towards the two of them at an extremely fast speed. Princess Linglong's expression changed, and she quickly retreated. However, Chu Kuangren did not retreat nor evade. Instead, he swung the Descendant Self-Sword in his hand, and the dazzling purple sword ray instantly destroyed the lightning. Not only that, but the sword light also slashed straight at the mountain range that erupted with thunderbolts, directly slashing several mountains into pieces. Princess Linglong could not help but shudder at the terrifying power. What a powerful sword! He didn't even use his full strength at the birthday banquet that day. Princess Linglong's heart was filled with fear. Initially, she thought that even if her strength was not as good as Chu Kuangren's, the difference would not be too big. Now, it seemed like she had been overthinking things. They weren't even on the same level. The mountain exploded and a figure rushed out. He was dressed in a white robe, and his body was surrounded by fine lightning. A domineering aura filled the heavens and earth. It was the young emperor of the Thunder Falcon tribe, Lei Ao. I didn't expect to see you again so soon, bastard. Chu Kuangren smiled faintly and reached out to pull out the full moon blade from the mountain peak. Then, he threw it into his yin and yang ring right in front of Lei Ao. Lei Ao stared at Chu Kuangren as he recalled the power of his opponent's sword ray. He grinned. Very well, it seems that you do have some strength. You're qualified to die in my hands. Where did you get the illusion that you can kill me? Chu Kuangren sneered as sword-based Taoist rhymes emanated from his body. Lei Ao wasn't afraid to fight either. He pushed the Thunder Taoist rhyme on his body to the extreme. Dark clouds gathered above his head and thunder rumbled. The power of a phenomenon erupted. Look at the phenomenon of my Taoist body, thunder and lightning. Lei Ao roared. Lightning surrounded his body like a god that controlled thunder and lightning. The majestic pressure of thunder swept in all directions. The might of a young emperor shocked Princess Linglong and the group of soldiers. Isn't it just a phenomenon? You're making it sound like nobody has any. Chu Kuangren's sword-based Taoist rhyme spread, and the sword of the heavens formed above his head while a 36-tier sword Qi Green Lotus surrounded his feet. The power of the two great transformations erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying power of the transformations collided high up in the sky. The surrounding mountains and rivers shook violently. It was extremely terrifying. Many sky prides who were exploring the secret realm were attracted by it. On an altar surrounded by gray mist, a figure that was bound by countless runic chains suddenly opened his eyes. He stared at the source of the transformations and laughed maniacally. Thunder, Taoist physique, exquisite nine-heaven sword heart. Ha, these are the best supplements. As long as I can absorb them, I'll be able to recover 1/10,000th of my power and break out of the seal. My efforts, my Holy Spirit's power, my repair of the secret realm, and the addition of the restrictions have not been in vain. Luminous Moon Sage, you can't suppress me anymore. As the transformations collided, Chu Kuangren battled against young Emperor Lao. Chu Kuangren had a supreme Taoist physique. Even if his current cultivation level was only at the nascent soul realm, with the addition of his 3 supreme foundation levels, his transformations were still stronger than Lao's. There was no need for all 3 transformations. Just 2 transformations were enough to suppress Lao's thunder and lightning transformation. A supreme Taoist physique is indeed not to be underestimated, Lao said coldly. Then he clenched his fist, and terrifying lightning leaped between his fingers. With a punch, a bolt of silver lightning exploded. This lightning was even more powerful than before with the help of the transformations. Unfortunately, it was useless. With a wave of the Descendant Self-Sword, the heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique erupted. The violent purple sword ray split the lightning with an unstoppable force. One slash the lightning. This sword ray, the silver lightning, is not enough to handle it. Then have a taste of this, the black water falling lightning. The silver lightning around Lao's body was gradually dyed with a layer of ink. The incomparably black lightning made it even more domineering. With a punch, the black lightning blocked the sword ray. Then he waved both his fists, and the black lightning intertwined to form a horrifying net that covered half of the sky and fell towards Chu Kuangren. Useless move. Chu Kuangren waved his sword, and a violent sword ray poured out. It was an extremely domineering and offensive sword attack. The sword ray tore the black net apart and landed on Lao's body, forcing him to retreat hundreds of feet and crash into a mountain peak. The crowd of Sky Prides who had just arrived saw this scene. They were instantly stunned. A young emperor was sent flying with a single slash. F***ck me. I'll fight whoever dares to tell me that Chu Kuangren is not worthy of being called a young emperor. With this kind of strength, he definitely deserves to be called a young emperor. He's too strong. I'm afraid that sword attack has the power of a battle monarch. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Chu Kuangren's black hair danced in the wind. With the Descendant Self-Sword in his hand, he was in high spirits and shocked the crowd of Sky Prides. What's wrong? Didn't you say you want to kill me? How are you going to fight me with this little bit of strength? Chu Kuangren said indifferently. A pile of rubble exploded and Lao rushed out from it. He stared at Chu Kuangren with uncontrollable anger. Crackle! The power of black lightning surrounded Lao. It was extremely dense, and every strand of it had the power to crush mountains and rivers. The lightning gradually condensed into a pair of black lightning wings on his back, which were engraved with a large number of mysterious runes. With a flap of the lightning wings, terrifying lightning energy swept in all directions. Wherever it touched, the ground would explode and dust would fly. Sage technique, wings of black lightning. Chu Kuangren, I'll show you my true strength. Lao flapped his wings, and his whole body seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Chu Kuangren. Die! He waved his fists, and countless lightning bolts were sent towards Chu Kuangren. Most of the lightning bolts were blocked by Chu Kuangren, but some of them still managed to enter his body and destroy it. After a series of violent attacks, Lao had vented most of his anger. He then retreated and looked at Chu Kuangren with a sinister smile. Even a battle monarch would undoubtedly die from this round of attacks. Chu Kuangren, your body has been corroded by the black lightning. This black lightning will slowly destroy your internal organs, flesh, and blood. Will it? Why don't I feel anything? At that moment, Chu Kuangren smiled and raised his sword. Chapter 55. The sword ray was still as domineering and unparalleled as ever. Lao's pupils shrank. The black lightning wings on his back flapped, and terrifying lightning surged out, blocking the sword ray. He could not believe it. Why was his opponent still so strong? How could his strength not affect Chu Kuangren? What the hell is going on? No matter how hard Lei Ao thought about it, he could not figure out that there was a physique above the supreme Taoist physique called the immortal body. Indeed, Lei Ao's attack was effective on Chu Kuangren. Some of the lightning energy entered his body and caused him some damage. However, the damage was healed by the immortal body in the blink of an eye. Should I say, as expected of a young emperor? Chu Kuangren thought to himself. Ever since he left the mountain, no one had been able to hurt him, not even the battle monarch from the White Cloud City residence. He did not expect Lei Ao to do it. As far as beasts are concerned, you're not bad. Unfortunately, beasts will always be beasts. Chu Kuangren channeled the spiritual power in his body and activated the Golden Jade body. Sword-based Taoist rhymes surged. Just as he was about to fight Lei Ao again, a gray mist suddenly surged from afar. What's this? Why is there so much mist? The mist surged, and everyone quickly retreated. Although they did not know what it was, the Sky Prides were not willing to touch it. However, countless tentacles suddenly extended from the gray mist and quickly wrapped around a few Sky Prides, dragging them in. This change made everyone's expression change. What the hell is this? Let's go. The Sky Prides frantically ran in the opposite direction of the gray mist. Chu Kuangren and Lei Ao also stopped fighting and planned to leave first. However, Chu Kuangren suddenly saw a few people trapped by the tentacles in front of the gray mist, unable to escape. It's Nangong Wang and the others. Chu Kuangren frowned. Without hesitation, he appeared in front of them in a flash and slashed with the sacred sword in his hand. The sword ray swept across the sky and cut off all the tentacles. Elder Senior Brother. Great, it's Elder Senior Brother. Nangong Wang and the others were delighted. Chu Kuangren said with a serious expression, "Let's go." Elder Senior Brother, Lan Yu was pulled in just now, Nangong Huang suddenly said, causing Chu Kuangren's expression to change drastically. Damn it. The existence within the gray mist was strange and inexplicable. It was unknown whether Lan Yu was dead or alive after being pulled into it. Chu Kuangren's heart was filled with anxiety, but his eyes were extremely cold. You guys can leave first, Chu Kuangren said indifferently. Eldest Senior Brother, do you want to? Murong Xian's expression changed. He wanted to dissuade Chu Kuangren, but Chu Kuangren seemed to have guessed what they were going to say. He shouted coldly, "Leave. Go. Don't drag Eldest Senior Brother down here." Nangong Huang gritted his teeth and said. Everyone glanced at Chu Kuangren before they left. Since I have the immortal body, I'd like to see what kind of strange existence lies within this gray mist. Chu Kuangren took a deep breath. Then, his gaze became extremely determined as he dashed into the gray mist in a flash. From afar, Lei Ao saw this scene and snorted coldly. He actually dared to charge into the deathly aura alone. He is simply seeking his own death. In the gray fog, a figure rushed in. It was Chu Kuangren. As soon as he entered, he suddenly felt a strange force being exerted on his body. Under this force, his body felt as if it was placed in a strong acid. His flesh and blood were constantly being corroded and decomposed. The immortal body began to work and quickly repaired his body. Chu Kuangren also activated his spiritual power and covered the surface of his body with a layer of spiritual power, using it to resist this strange corrosive force. This gray mist can corrode living beings. I can't stay here for long. I must quickly find Lan Yu. Chu Kuangren thought to himself. With Lan Yu's strength, she could even survive in this gray mist for a period of time, but it was only for a short period of time. Spreading his spiritual thought, Chu Kuangren continuously searched for traces of Lan Yu. Suddenly, his spiritual thought touched a barrier and was bounced back. His eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand and slashed out with his sword. The domineering purple sword ray landed on the barrier and exploded with a loud bang. However, Chu Kuangren sensed that the barrier was undamaged. There's a barrier here. Could it be that it's deliberately trapping us in the gray mist? Chu Kuangren thought to himself. At that moment, The sound of fighting and strange roars could be heard from afar. Chu Kuangren dashed towards the source of the sound and saw a few beasts with strange tentacles surrounding a woman. "It's her, Princess Linglong." Chu Kuangren was shocked. He did not expect her to be dragged into this strange gray mist. Those tentacle beasts were terrifying. Each of them had the cultivation level of a battle monarch. Princess Linglong could not fight them and could only dodge and panic. "Chu Kuangren, save me." Princess Linglong was overjoyed when she saw Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren, however, turned around and left without hesitation. What a joke! He still wanted to find Lan Yu. The longer he stayed in this place, the more danger Lan Yu would be in. Compared to Lan Yu, Princess Linglong was worthless to him. Seeing Chu Kuangren turn around and leave, Princess Linglong panicked and shouted again, "I know what's going on with this gray mist. Save me." Hearing that, Chu Kuangren stopped in his tracks. He did not know how big this gray mist was, so it would not be efficient to search for Lan Yu aimlessly. If he could figure out the source of this gray mist, it might be of help to him. Thinking of this, Chu Kuangren did not hesitate and attacked. With a slash of the sacred sword, a domineering purple sword ray whizzed out, and in the blink of an eye, a tentacle of a beast was cut off. A shrill cry like that of a baby came out from the mouth of the strange beast. Then the beast locked onto Chu Kuangren, its scarlet eyes filled with cruelty. Countless tentacles danced towards Chu Kuangren. Is this the existence hidden in this gray mist? Its cultivation level is not low. Chu Kuangren activated his Eye of Revelation. Streams of information flashed past his eyes at a crazy rate. This beast was also a Black Death beast. Mutated Black Death beast, peak battle monarch realm cultivation level, formed from the Blacklight Sage's death chi, specially used to capture living beings for him. Blacklight Sage? Who is this? Chu Kuangren caught the key information and temporarily suppressed his doubts. He said to Princess Linglong, "Retreat behind me." Princess Linglong did not suspect anything and quickly hid behind Chu Kuangren. "I can't be bothered to play with you guys." Chu Kuangren took out a jade bottle from his yin and yang ring and smashed it. A formless dust spread out, and Chu Kuangren used his spiritual power to wrap the dust and hit the surrounding Black Death beasts. When the dust came into contact with the Black Death beasts, they instantly let out an incomparably shrill scream as their bodies began to melt into a puddle of blood. After 2 to 3 breaths, the Black Death beasts had all turned into a puddle of blood mixed with their internal organs, emitting a disgusting stench. Princess Linglong's heart trembled. Tridar cleansing ruler's dust. She had read about this item in the ancient records, but she had never seen it with her own eyes. This terrifying power made her heart palpitate. These were all peak battle monarch realm Black Death beasts, yet they turned into puddles of blood in such a short time. Chapter 56. Don't worry, I'm not lying to you. Princess Linglong's heart skipped a beat when she saw Chu Kuangren's cold stare. She was one of the most talented women in the world, and she was also the princess of the royal Azure dynasty. How could Chu Kuangren be so easily defeated? Princess Linglong could not figure it out. She continued, "This gray mist is special. It's formed by the condensation of the chi of death, and there's a barrier around it. I've seen this in the records of the chi of death. I'm afraid this is a domain. Domain. Go on." According to the records, over 10,000 years ago, this gray fog appeared once. At that time, the gray fog enveloped an entire city. Later on, someone went to investigate and found that there were only a few survivors left in the city. The rest had all been corroded and decomposed. Princess Linglong did not continue after that. Chu Kuangren frowned. "That's it. That's all the records say. Domain. The battle monarch realm cultivators can create their own domains, and some cultivators have specialized techniques to cultivate their domains. As their cultivation level increases, their domains will also change. Could this gray mist be a man-made domain?" Chu Kuangren pondered and combined the information he received from the Eye of Revelation. His gaze gradually became extremely cold. Blacklight Sage. The Black Death Beast was raised by the Blacklight Sage, and this domain is most likely man-made. Perhaps he's the one behind all this. But he's a sage. If he really wanted to kill us, he could just kill us with a finger. Why would he go through all this trouble? The domain, the Black Death Beast, and even this mystic realm was created by him. This means he has some kind of limitation. Chu Kuangren's mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. No matter what, the Black Light Sage was the source of all problems. To solve this gray mist, he had to be found first. I'll look for Lan Yu while looking for this person. If this domain is really made by him, then he must be inside it too. Chu Kuangren had an idea and left the place. Princess Linglong followed. She had to admit that being by Chu Kuangren's side gave her the most sense of security at times like this. Along the way, the two met another Sky Pride. It was Huayun from the sacred lands of serene wisdom. However, it was obvious that he was severely injured at this time, and there was not much spiritual power left in him. Without the protection of spiritual power, his body was rapidly being corroded and decomposed. When he saw Chu Kuangren and his companion, he immediately called for help. "Brother Chu, Princess, please save me." Princess Linglong glanced at Chu Kuangren. It was obvious that Chu Kuangren was her priority now. Chu Kuangren turned a deaf ear as he watched Huayun being corroded and decomposed. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. The gray fog was corroding and decomposing human flesh. What would happen after the corrosion? This Blacklight Sage had gone through so much trouble to bring them into this domain. Was it purely to kill them? At that thought, Chu Kuangren continued to observe Huayun. His gaze was as cold as ice, and he had no intention of helping him. Huayun's heart shook, and he quickly said, "Brother Chu, what happened at the banquet was my fault. Please save me." However, Chu Kuangren continued to ignore him. "Princess Linglong, quick, save me." Seeing that Chu Kuangren was unmoved, Huayun turned his attention to Princess Linglong. Princess Linglong was a little hesitant. "Chu Kuangren, one more person means one more force in this place. Why don't shut up?" Chu Kuangren glared at Princess Linglong. Princess Linglong felt as if she was being strangled, choking on her words. One more person means one more force? What a joke. Someone like him is considered a force? He's just a burden. Chu Kuangren said indifferently. "Chu Kuangren, you're so cruel." Seeing that there was no hope of saving him, Huayun's eyes were filled with hatred. "Just because I mocked you at the banquet, you're going to leave me in the lurch. You're not worthy of being called a Sky Pride. You're not worthy of being called a human. I curse you to suffer the same fate as me, to die a horrible death." Huayun cursed hoarsely. However, Chu Kuangren's gaze did not change at all. Huayun's curses did not affect Chu Kuangren at all. He just quietly watched as Huayun disintegrated into nothingness. Beside him, Princess Linglong could not help but shiver. At the moment when Huayun was completely corroded, a blood-colored ray of light appeared and dashed toward a certain direction. "Something's up." Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up as he followed closely behind the blood-colored ray of light. Princess Linglong followed suit as well. At that moment, she finally understood why Chu Kuangren would coldly watch Huayun disintegrate. She could not help but sigh in her heart. However, to coldly watch a person disintegrate just to prove his hypothesis. This man was indeed cold-hearted. Chu Kuangren followed the blood-colored ray of light and arrived at the depths of the gray mist. From afar, they could see an altar with an old man bound by runic chains on it. The blood-colored ray of light came to the altar and entered the old man's mouth and nose. "Comfortable. This is the taste of a Sky Pride." The old man's face was filled with joy. Princess Linglong, who was following closely behind, was shocked when she saw this. This old man is feeding on Sky Prides. Chu Kuangren took out the Descendant Self-Sword and walked towards the old man. At the same time, a large number of runes circulated in his eyes as he analyzed the old man's information. Black Light Sage, one of the protectors of the Sacred Palace of Death. His cultivation level is at the peak of the Great Sage realm. He's currently in an incomplete state and he's cultivating a sage technique. His opponent was a sage. With Chu Kuangren's current cultivation level, he could not see through him as clearly as he could with the eye of revelation. However, he did obtain a lot of useful information. For example, the Sacred Palace of Death. It was an unfamiliar force. Chu Kuangren made a mental note of it. Bang, bang. At that moment, a few runic chains on the altar shattered, absorbing the essence of Sky Pride's flesh and blood to break through the seal. Your sage technique, gluttonous devouring technique, is quite extraordinary, Chu Kuangren said calmly. On the altar, the black light sage's eyes narrowed. Little fella, who are you? How do you know my technique? However, Chu Kuangren suddenly made his move the moment he spoke. The heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique was instantly activated. The domineering purple sword ray swept towards the black light sage's head. His eyes narrowed as he let out a long roar. A horrifying aura of death gushed out from his mouth and forcefully blocked the purple sword ray. Haha, what a decisive Sky Pride. First, you revealed my technique and attacked me while I was distracted. If you were a little stronger, or if I was a little weaker, you might have succeeded. What a shame, what a shame. The Blacklight Sage laughed with a look of admiration in his eyes. Without saying a word, Chu Kuangren activated his 3 Taoist physique transformations and once again performed the heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique, intending to kill the Blacklight Sage in one fell swoop. However, a terrifying surge of Sage Taoist rhyme burst out from the Blacklight Sage's body, forming a chi barrier that blocked all the attacks. A sage is a sage. Even if he's broken and sealed, he's still not that easy to kill, Chu Kuangren murmured. Chapter 57. Human Mountain Stamp. Heaven-slaying, sword-drawing technique. Within the gray mist, horrifying explosions continued to resound. Chu Kuangren continued to attack, intending to kill the Blacklight Sage. However, it was not that easy to kill a sage. The sage had formed a chi barrier around him, and no matter how Chu Kuangren attacked, it was futile. Moreover, this was the sage's incomplete power. It might not even be 1 in 10,000. One could only imagine how terrifying this sage was at his peak. Little brat, what you're doing is useless. Your strength is still too weak. You can't even touch me, let alone kill me. Just find a place and wait for your death. You have a supreme Taoist physique, so your flesh and blood essence is a great supplement to me. The Blacklight Sage stared at Chu Kuangren with a strong desire. It was like a hungry ghost looking at a banquet. Chu Kuangren stopped his attack and said coldly, "You're the one who reappeared the luminous moon's secret realm? It's all for the sake of luring us here and turning us into your food to recover our strength and break the seal." That's right, but it's too late now. Within my domain, none of you can escape, and you can't kill me. The Blacklight Sage smiled proudly. At that moment, another blood-colored ray of light came from afar and entered the Blacklight Sage's body. His aura grew stronger by several notches. TSK, TSK, the taste of Sky Pride is wonderful. The Blacklight Sage had a joyful expression on his face. I've spent a lot of time to add restrictions to this luminous moon's secret realm, only allowing cultivators below the Battle Monarch realm to enter. This is a sage's secret realm, so the orthodoxies outside will definitely not let their Sky Prides enter. Little do they know, they're just sending me food. At this moment, no one can save you in this secret realm. Once my strength recovers, I'll expand my domain. By then, none of the Sky Prides in this secret realm will be able to escape. Ha! The Blacklight Sage laughed out loud, his eyes filled with pride. He was not worried that revealing his plan would fail. He had planned for so long, and now that everything was under his control. So what if he revealed everything? No one could do anything to him. Luminous Moon Sage, I came to invite you to join the Sage Palace out of kindness, but you didn't appreciate it and even tried to suppress me. Now, even though I'm sealed, you've died from my injuries. Now, I'm about to break the seal. I've won. The Blacklight Sage laughed heartily. After 10,000 years, the battle between him and the Luminous Moon Sage was finally coming to an end. Chu Kuangren retracted his transformation and left. He's leaving just like that? Princess Linglong was puzzled. Not leaving? Do you want me to stay here and listen to him show off? Chu Kuangren said coldly and left without looking back. Leave? Where do you think you can go? In my domain, aside from waiting for your deaths, where else can you go? Looking at Chu Kuangren and his companion's departing silhouette, the black light sage said in disdain. After leaving the sealed area, Chu Kuangren found a cave within the gray mist. He walked in and took out a large pile of treasures. These were all obtained from Yuan Ling's treasury. Every single item was worth a fortune. What are you going to do? Princess Linglong asked, puzzled. Seclusion, breakthrough, and then kill a sage, Chu Kuangren said coldly. However, there was a rare sense of urgency in his eyes. Princess Linglong understood his urgency. If you go into seclusion, no matter how talented you are, it will take a few days. In these few days, the sky prides that entered the gray mist will all be dead. The sage's strength will increase again. At that time, even if you break through to the insightful void realm, will you still be able to deal with him? Princess Linglong was met with silence after she finished speaking. Indeed, Chu Kuangren knew what she said made sense. Moreover, Lan Yu's life was uncertain now. Whether he could calm down and go into seclusion was also unknown. I have an idea, Princess Linglong suddenly said. What idea? Godly essence. Say that again. Chu Kuangren was stunned. I'll give you the godly essence. You can use its power to break through in a short period of time. Princess Linglong said indifferently, as if she was not talking about her innocence. Are you serious? Chu Kuangren's gaze froze. What do you think? Princess Linglong took a deep breath and slowly took off her robe, revealing her snow-white body. One had to admit that Princess Linglong was very beautiful. Her figure was also extremely good. Chu Kuangren looked at her and was momentarily dazed, but he quickly looked away. I don't need this kind of method to break through. Princess Linglong saw his dazed look. Even if it was only for a moment, she did not know why, but she was a little excited. It turned out that she was not completely unattracted to him. You have no other choice. Princess Linglong slowly walked up and hugged Chu Kuangren, whispering into his ear. Then, without waiting for Chu Kuangren to make a move, she took the initiative to undress him. Those who did not know would think that Chu Kuangren was the one at a disadvantage. Chu Kuangren, don't tell me you can't do it? Princess Linglong saw that Chu Kuangren was frozen on the spot and could not help but say, You forced me to do this. At that point, Chu Kuangren also made his move. He turned the tables and pressed Princess Linglong onto the ground. In an instant, the cave was filled with life. Not long after, mysterious Taoist patterns flowed between the two of them, forming a white ball of light that enveloped both of them. The ball of light moved up and down, and a faint sorrowful sound could be heard. Chu Kuangren felt like he was wrapped in a hot spring. A mysterious Taoist rhyme surged into his heart, and an incomparably pure energy entered his body. It exploded in his spiritual mound and swept through his limbs and bones. The Taoist foundation, golden core, and nascent soul within his body were all excited. A large amount of spiritual power gathered in his spiritual mound and gradually turned into 9 purple pillars with mysterious Taoist runes engraved on them. With the 9 spiritual pillars as the foundation, a gorgeous Taoist palace gradually formed. This was the Purple Palace Realm. The Purple Palace Realm Foundation represented the Paradise Realm. The 9 spiritual pillars represented the supreme 9th grade Purple Palace Realm. Just when Chu Kuangren successfully formed the 9th grade Purple Palace Realm, a terrifying phenomenon appeared in the outside world. Taoist rhymes reverberated between heaven and earth, spiritual chi surged, and a purple light bloomed in the gray mist. An incomparably glorious Purple Palace Realm appeared. The sealed black light sage noticed it immediately, and his expression suddenly changed. Supreme Foundation, 9th grade Purple Palace Realm. The higher the Supreme Foundation Realm, the harder it was to form. A 9-color nascent soul was already rare in the world. A 9th grade Purple Palace Realm was also rare in the past 100,000 years. Who is it? Who could have formed such a foundation realm? Could it be? The Blacklight Sage thought of Chu Kuangren. In the entire domain, only Chu Kuangren was a complete nascent soul cultivator, and only he could form such a supreme foundation realm. But to break through the Paradise realm and form the supreme Purple Palace realm in such a short period of time, how did he do it? The Blacklight Sage's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. There was a variable in his plan. Chapter 58. A peerless ninth-grade violet palace formed, and a strange phenomenon appeared in heaven and earth. The sound of the Tao reverberated, and the Tao rhymes spread in all directions. Even the Blacklight Sage's domain could not isolate this surge of Taoist rhyme. After all, he was currently in an incomplete state. Taoist rhymes filled the air, affecting the entire mystic realm. Many geniuses noticed it. They all looked at the gray fog and saw a faint purple light flowing in it. A towering and somewhat illusory Taoist palace appeared. The Taoist palace was incomparably gorgeous, and it contained 9 spiritual pillars. When the crowd saw this, they thought of something. That's the Violet Palace? 1, 2, 3. Hiss, 9 spirit pillars. It was a 9th-grade Violet Palace. How is this possible? There's actually someone who can condense such a foundation. Who is it that can do such a thing in the gray fog? Wait a minute. Rumor has it that eldest brother Dark Heaven once formed 3 supreme foundations all by himself. Could it be him? If that's true, then it's terrifying. On a certain mountain peak, Lei Ao stared at the direction of the gray mist with a grave expression. 9th-grade Purple Palace realm. Who is that? Could it really be that Chu Kuangren? Thinking of this, Lei Ao's heart sank. Even before Chu Kuangren attained the Paradise realm, he had already exerted a tremendous amount of pressure on him. If Chu Kuangren were to attain the Paradise realm and condense the 9th-grade Purple Palace, Lei Ao did not dare to think any further. Now, he could only hope that the being in the gray mist could kill Chu Kuangren. That way, he would not have another opponent like Chu Kuangren. In another place, Gu Chang'e stared at the gray fog. It's him. It must be him. There aren't many nascent soul realm cultivators that entered the secret territory. He is definitely the most outstanding one. If anyone can condense a 9th-rank purple mansion, it must be him. It's not enough for this guy to condense 3 supreme foundations in a row. Now he's also condensing a supreme violet palace. Heavenly Tao, you're unfair. Gu Chang'e had a feeling that Chu Kuangren would be the one to condense the 9th-grade supreme purple palace. This made him so angry that he could barely breathe. Previously, his 3 supreme foundations were already enough to crush him. What about now? He was probably nothing in front of the other party. Haha, a 9th-grade Violet Palace realm. It must be eldest senior brother. Apart from eldest senior brother, who else has this kind of ability? He was different from Lei Ao, Gu Chang'e, and the rest. Nangong Huang, Murong Xian, and the rest were filled with excitement. Supreme Taoist Foundation, Supreme Golden Core, Supreme Nascent Soul, and now Supreme Violet Kingdom. Eldest senior brother is mighty. This era only has one name, and that name is Chu Kuangren, within the domain of gray fog. Chu Kuangren used the godly essence to condense a 9th-grade purple palace, but that was not all. The effects of the godly essence allowed him and Princess Linglong to enter a state of Taoist enlightenment, to comprehend the mysterious Taoist Tao. Everything he had learned in the past was now organized. The human mountain stamp, ultimate heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique, heavenly purple myrtle sword art, and other techniques were carefully sorted out in the state of enlightenment. Find the loopholes and fill in the gaps. This was especially true for the heavenly amethyst sword art. Chu Kuangren had forcefully elevated this sage technique to the level of a great sage technique. All sorts of profound mysteries were indescribably wonderful. Apart from that, their cultivation levels were also increasing rapidly. Insightful void early stage, insightful void middle stage, insightful void late stage. Suddenly, Chu Kuangren opened his eyes. Inside the cave, the white orb of light shattered. Chu Kuangren stood up naked, took out a white Taoist robe, and put it on. "Wait here, I'm going to slay a sage," Chu Kuangren said calmly. Princess Linglong stretched her body and nodded with a blushing face. Swoosh! Chu Kuangren disappeared from where he was, and when he reappeared, he was already at the altar. A terrifying surge of sword-based Taoist rhyme gushed out. The Blacklight Sage had long guessed that Chu Kuangren would come, so he was not surprised. He only said in surprise, "I can't believe you could break through to the Paradise Realm in such a short time and condense a supreme purple palace." Before he could finish his sentence, a sword ray greeted him. An unparalleled attack, dazzling purple sword ray. The Blacklight Sage opened his mouth and let out a roar, and a large amount of death chi gushed out. When the two forces collided, the horrifying shockwave shook the entire domain space. It was incomparably terrifying. The Sky Prides who were sucked into the gray fog domain were all shocked. What's going on? Don't tell me there's another unforeseen event. Amidst the gray fog, a silhouette in a gorgeous silver armor dashed towards the source of the shockwave. That person was Lan Yu. That 9th grade Purple Palace disciple just now must be Master. No, I need to get to Master's side as soon as possible. Lan Yu thought to himself, what a powerful sword ray. You've just broken through to the Paradise Realm, yet you can already unleash such combat strength. You're indeed extraordinary. Consuming one of you is equivalent to consuming dozens of Sky Prides. The Blacklight Sage looked at Chu Kuangren greedily. Chu Kuangren, on the other hand, noticed that his opponent's strength was slightly stronger than before. It was obvious that he had consumed a few more Sky Prides. The runic chains on the altar had decreased by a few more. I must not let this person break out of the seal. Chu Kuangren focused his gaze and activated all 3 supreme Taoist physique transformations. The Sword of the Heavens, the 9 Heavens Sword Domain, and the Green Lotus Sword Song. With the 3 transformations surrounding him, Chu Kuangren's sword-based Taoist rhyme had reached its peak. Not only that, but the 4 supreme foundation levels within his body also radiated with a supreme divine light, and the surface of his body became crystal clear like golden jade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within his body, spiritual power surged like a tsunami. Just when Chu Kuangren was about to unleash his sword, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Then, he swung the sacred sword down as if nothing had happened. Heaven-slaying sword drawing technique. The terrifying purple sword ray almost covered the entire sky. The sword ray landed and locked onto the Blacklight Sage. Under this attack, cracks finally appeared on the deathly chi barrier that surrounded the Blacklight Sage. Boom, boom, the cracks widened, and it finally exploded. The sword ray ruthlessly slashed onto the Blacklight Sage's physical body, but the old body suddenly burst into light and blocked the sword ray. Haha, although my strength is less than 1/10,000th, this sage's body of mine is truly formed from the condensation of peerless Taoist patterns. Do you think your sword can hurt me? The Blacklight Sage laughed. This was why he was so fearless. How can an ordinary cultivator destroy a sage's body? I still have a saber here, Chu Kuangren said indifferently. Then, a long saber appeared in his hand, and he threw it out. The long saber was as fast as a meteor, piercing through the void. That's the full moon saber. Not good. The Blacklight Sage's pupils shrank, and his expression changed drastically. Just when he was about to do something, Chu Kuangren was one step ahead of him. Majestic earth chi emerged and turned into a godly mountain. Under the pressure of the godly mountain, the Blacklight Sage's movements were a step slower. The full moon saber let out a dazzling brilliance, and in a trance, a white-robed figure holding a saber appeared. It was a handsome middle-aged man. The Blacklight Sage looked as if he had seen a ghost when he saw this man. Luminous Moon Sage. How was this possible? Everything happened in a split second. The luminous moon sage wielded the full moon saber and unleashed his sage Taoist rhymes, tearing apart the black light sage's body and decapitating him. At that moment, an illusory figure separated from the black light sage's body and dashed away in a frenzy. Chapter 59. Try to escape? No way. Chu Kuangren had long prepared for the black light sage's sage spirit to escape. Activating the 9-heaven sword prison, the 12-sword chi pillars sealed the sky and ground. Without a sage's body, the sage spirit was like a rootless duckweed. Moreover, the black light sage had spent a lot of his sage power to repair the secret realm and add more restrictions. His sage spirit was even more exhausted than his cultivation base. There was no way out of the 9-heaven sword prison. Die! It was a pity that he could not capture a sage spirit. However, Chu Kuangren could not care less. Activating the Descendant Self Sword, a terrifying sword ray shot out and locked onto the sage spirit. Amidst a mournful scream, the sacred spirit was annihilated. A sage had fallen. At that moment, the entire secret realm shook violently. The gray mist domain lost its master and began to collapse. Between the heavens and the earth, a torrential rain fell, and countless beasts and birds let out shrill cries of grief. A sage had fallen, the sky was raining red, and all creatures were crying in grief. Outside the secret realm, the sky rumbled, and a rain of red rain fell. The northern sea water roared and the wind howled. Whether it was beasts or birds, as long as they were not sentient, they all let out cries of grief. The sudden phenomenon shocked everyone. This is a phenomenon that only occurs when a sage has fallen. Who? Who is it that has fallen? Oh my God, it's been a long time since I've seen a sage fall. What's going on? Why would a sage suddenly fall? Could it be that one of the sages has reached the end of their lifespan? Elder Rian, the Thunder Falcon tribe, and the other orthodoxies honorables were all shocked. They contacted their orthodoxies and asked about something. After a series of questions, everyone was confused. They didn't receive any grievous news. So who was the cause of this red rain and the mournful wailing of thousands of spirits? Could something have happened to the secret realm? Impossible. According to the records, the luminous moon sage has fallen long ago. Unless there's a second sage in this secret realm. Is that possible? Everyone was confused. Meanwhile, inside the luminous moon's secret realm, the gray mist domain collapsed, and everyone saw Chu Kuangren standing proudly in the air with the luminous moon sage beside him. Some people recognized the luminous moon sage. Look, that's the luminous moon sage. Isn't he dead? What the hell is going on? The saber in his hand is indeed the bright moon saber, the sacred weapon of the bright moon sage. However, he died 10,000 years ago. Why is Chu Kuangren there too? Everyone was surprised and bewildered. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren stared at the luminous moon sage with a hint of wariness in his eyes. He said, "Senior, can you give me an explanation?" Just now, when he was fighting with the Black Light Saint, the bright moon saber in his interspatial ring made a strange noise. The voice of the bright moon saint appeared, telling him to throw the saber at the Black Light Saint and prevent the Holy Spirit from escaping. The luminous moon sage smiled faintly. There is no need to be so wary of the future heaven's favorites. I'm already dead. There is no doubt about it. What's in front of you now is just a remnant of my spirit. There's no need for you to do anything. It will dissipate on its own in a while. This remnant of my spirit has been residing in the full moon blade for many years, all for the sake of having a chance to slay the Black Light Saint. It's all thanks to your assistance today. After that, the luminous moon sage bowed towards Chu Kuangren. This scene caused everyone to be shocked. A dignified sage bowed to a junior. Chu Kuangren stood where he was and accepted it calmly. He then looked at the Black Light Saint's corpse on the altar. I want that corpse. Senior, you don't have any objections, do you? The luminous moon sage smiled faintly. Of course. It's all thanks to your assistance in slaying the Black Light Saint. I destroyed the physical body, and you killed the Holy Spirit. Of course, you have the right to dispose of this corpse. Some of the sky prides who arrived at the scene were dumbfounded. What did they just hear? Chu Kuangren and the luminous moon sage joined forces to slay a sage. Was this for real? One of the sky prides gulped. Red rain falls from the sky. Thousands of souls mourn, and the phenomenon of a fallen sage. How can this be fake? How can this Chu Kuangren be so terrifying? Didn't he kill an honorable supreme before? How can he kill another sage now? Is he going to proclaim himself an emperor next? I can't believe such a monster has appeared in this era of great battles. The crowd of sky prides was extremely shocked. Looking at the peerless white-robed figure in the sky, they could not bring themselves to compete with him. How could they compete? How could a firefly be compared to the bright moon? I'm afraid it's impossible for me to surpass him in this lifetime. The sky pride Fangtian murmured with a bitter expression. Beside him, Lin Batian sighed helplessly and lamented, living in the same era as him. It's really sad. The crowd of sky prides could not help but lament. At that moment, there was only one thought in their minds. What era of great battles? It was all bullsh*t, with Chu Kuangren standing there. What was there for the others to compete for? If they wanted to compete, they should be the ones fighting. Chu Kuangren was not even in the same world as them. Farewell, future sky prides. The remnant spirit of the luminous moon sage gradually dissipated. Farewell, senior. Chu Kuangren bowed slightly. If it were not for the luminous moon sage, he might not have been able to kill the blacklight sage. Hence, he was very grateful to the luminous moon sage. It's a shame that I can't witness this era of great battles with my own eyes. A hint of regret flashed across the luminous moon sage's eyes. Chu Kuangren's heart skipped a beat. How did the luminous moon sage know that this was an era of great battles? Before Chu Kuangren could ask any more questions, the luminous moon sage turned around and looked at the blacklight sage's corpse on the altar. He laughed heartily. Brother Blacklight, although it's been 10,000 years, I've still won this battle in the end. His laughter gradually disappeared along with the remnant spirit. Chu Kuangren held the full moon blade in his hand. There were still some remnants of sage Taoist rhymes on it. Although it was not as rich as before, it would still be of great help to an honorable if he were to properly understand it. After all, this was the Tao of a sage. After keeping the blade, Chu Kuangren dashed towards the altar. Looking at the black light sage's corpse before him, a smile appeared on his face. The sage Qi, sage Taoist rhymes, and sage weapons were all rare treasures, not to mention a freshly dead sage's corpse. Whether it was used to understand the Tao, refine weapons, or refine puppets, this sage's corpse was an excellent material. The value of this corpse was worth 10 sage weapons. Chu Kuangren kept the corpse into his yin and yang ring. Master! A surprised voice was heard. Chu Kuangren turned around and saw Lan Yu flapping her wings and flying towards him. His face immediately lit up with joy. Lan Yu, are you all right? I'm fine. How are you, Master? I'm fine. After asking around, Chu Kuangren found out that although Lan Yu had encountered a few Black Death beasts after entering the Gray Mist domain, she was ultimately safe. Oh, sorry to disturb the both of you. Princess Ling Long suddenly walked over. Upon seeing her, Chu Kuangren's expression froze. Lan Yu, on the other hand, frowned, feeling that this woman in front of them was a little strange. Her tone just now seemed a little jealous. Was it an illusion? You're here. Chu Kuangren took a deep breath and looked at her with a complicated gaze. You don't have to say anything. It was all for my own survival, and I was the one who initiated it, Princess Ling Long said calmly. It was obvious that she was very open about this matter. But no matter what, I should have contributed to you killing a sage. I want the full moon blade and half of the sage's corpse. Princess Ling Long said. Sure. Chu Kuangren nodded. He took out the full moon blade and the black light sage's corpse. Princess Ling Long took the blade and wanted to chop off half of the sage's corpse, but she realized that the sage's body was indestructible. Helpless, she could only take away the luminous moon sage's head. The head was the head of the 6 yang energies, where the soul was stored. It was worth the remaining half of the corpse. Goodbye. Princess Linglong took the items and left gracefully. Chu Kuangren stood there and frowned. Chapter 60. Master, what happened between you and the princess? Lan Yu asked in confusion. It's all bad luck. Chu Kuangren sighed. Lan Yu was even more confused. Her sapphire blue eyes stared unblinkingly at Chu Kuangren, waiting for him to explain. Nothing much. Let's go find Gong Wang and the others first. All right then. Lan Yu nodded. Although she was a little concerned, she would not pursue the matter if Chu Kuangren did not say anything. The two of them packed their things and left. On top of Mountain Peak, a group of sky prides was gathered together. In the middle of them was a Taoist hall. In the middle of the hall sat a middle-aged man in a white robe with skin as white as jade. However, this person did not seem to be angry at all. He was like a statue. If Chu Kuangren was here, he would recognize that it was the luminous moon sage. To be precise, it was the corpse of the luminous moon sage. The corpse's white robe was stained with blood, as if it had just gone through a great battle. It returned to the Taoist hall, laid down a restriction, and then passed away. The luminous moon sage has been dead for 10,000 years, but his corpse is still immortal. A sage is indeed mysterious. I wonder who it was that managed to kill the luminous moon saint. Could it be that strange existence in the gray fog? Although this sage has been dead for 10,000 years, and his Taoist rhymes are not as abundant as when he just died, there's still some sage qi left in his body. If used well, it would be of great use to an honorable. That's right. But let's open the restriction first. There was a layer of restriction around the Taoist hall. It was a restriction set by a sage. Originally, even an honorable would not be able to break it. However, with the passage of time and the erosion of the death qi, there was only a thin layer left of the restriction, giving everyone a chance. Everyone, what do you think? At that moment, young Emperor Lei Ao spoke. Around him, the White Lotus Maiden Sage, Bachelor Sage, Gu Chang'e, Dharma's sect Yuanhong, and the other sky prides looked at each other without saying a word. Lei Ao continued. What? Do you plan to leave empty-handed after seeing the sage's body in front of you? If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't break this restriction by myself, why would I need the help of a bunch of idiots like you? The White Lotus Sage's face darkened. He said coldly, Lei Ao, don't you think it's too much to have such an attitude when you are asking for our help? Don't get me wrong. I'm not asking for your help. I'm asking you to help me. Unless you don't want this saint's body. Lei Ao said coldly. He was confident that no matter who it was, even if it was a venerable, they would be tempted by the body of a sage. After opening the restriction, who would the sage's body belong to? The White Lotus Saintess asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. Of course, it depends on our own abilities. Lei Ao laughed. Everyone had different expressions. Needless to say, the strongest person present was undoubtedly young Emperor Lei Ao. Based on their own abilities, Lei Ao had the upper hand. You're all top-notch sky prides of your respective orthodoxies. Yet you don't even have this bit of courage? No wonder you can't even defeat Chu Kuangren. Lei Ao said indifferently. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e's face darkened. All right then, as you wish. After opening the restriction, we'll have to rely on our own abilities. When the White Lotus Bachelor Sage heard the name Chu Kuangren, his expression turned hostile as well. I have no objections then. The rest of the geniuses agreed one by one. Not all of them were goaded into action. After all, with the sage's body in front of them, they could not possibly return empty-handed. Instead of sitting back and doing nothing, they might as well give it their all. Very well. Lei Ao laughed as he thought to himself. This Chu Kuangren is really unlikable. Just one mention and it has such an effect. Not far away, Nangong Huang and the others looked at each other. Fisk, luckily Elder Senior Brother is not here now. Otherwise, would they even have a chance to lay their hands on the sage's body? Elder Senior Brother is not here, but he's everywhere. This Lei Ao even has to borrow Elder Senior Brother's name to snatch a corpse. Murong Xin shook his head, his admiration for Chu Kuangren growing. Are we going to fight later? Of course. Even if Elder Senior Brother is not here, we must not tarnish the name of the Black Heaven sect, Nangong Huang said. They were all Black Heaven sect Taoists, and they were also top-notch sky prides. Aside from Chu Kuangren, the others, even a peerless sky pride like young Emperor Lei Ao, dared to compete with them. I'll make the first move. Lei Ao was the first to attack. He leaped into the air, and a domineering lightning-based Taoist rhyme circulated around his body. A pair of black thunder wings suddenly appeared. Black water falling thunder. The violent black thunder blasted towards the seal. In an instant, the White Lotus Maiden Sage, Bachelor Sage, Gu Chang'e, Yuan Hong, and the others also made their moves, each displaying their ultimate techniques from their orthodoxies. White Rainbow Piercing Sun. The White Lotus Maiden Sage and Bachelor Sage unleashed a palm attack, and their horrifying palm energy condensed into a dazzling white light that smashed towards the seal like a rainbow. It was a top-notch supreme technique. Universal Bronze Flow. The Dharma sect's Taoist Yuan Hong, on the other hand, gathered the spiritual qi from the heavens and earth, forming a majestic spiritual qi torrent that was unleashed. Gu Chang'e raised his fist, and the roar of a dragon resounded through the clouds. The sky prides of each orthodoxy attacked one after another. Horrifying Taoist rhyme fluctuations spread out, and when they collided with the seal, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, shaking the entire mountain. Even the void was distorted and trembling. Crack, crack. Under the joint attack of the sky prides, a huge crack appeared on the seal that was filled with all sorts of Taoist patterns, and it continued to spread. In the end, the seal that had existed for tens of thousands of years and had been continuously eroded by the deathly aura could not withstand this attack, and it exploded on the spot. The impact from the explosion caused many of the weaker sky prides to be thrown hundreds of feet away, and all of them looked at the dojo in shock. Attack! Nangong Huang, Murong Xian, and the others moved instantly. The few of them dashed towards the dojo, intending to snatch the sage's body. Just a few of you, and you want to fight with me? Lei Ao snorted coldly, and with a flap of his black lightning wings, his figure turned into a flash of lightning, and he arrived in front of Nangong Huang and the others before throwing out a punch. Thunder rumbled, and the punch sent a few of them flying. Then, Lei Ao extended his hand to grab the sage's body. However, at this moment, several Taoist rhymes exploded, locking onto Lei Ao. The White Lotus Maiden Sage, Bachelor Sage, Gu Chang'e, and Yuan Hong attacked Lei Ao almost simultaneously. Faced with the joint attack of these four top-notch sky prides, even Lei Ao had no choice but to temporarily stop and channel his spiritual power to fight with them. You guys know that you're no match for me in a one-on-one fight, so you decided to gang up on me? Lei Ao flapped his black wings. Even though he was fighting against four of them, he was not at a disadvantage. I'll defeat you first, then we'll split the sage's body, Gu Chang'e said coldly, and then he unleashed his sage technique, the Dragon Slaughter Fist. Someone who was defeated by Chu Kuangren with a single sword attack. Do you really think you can fight with me? Lei Ao activated his black lightning and blasted his opponent back with a single move. The White Lotus Maiden Sage, Bachelor Sage, and Yuan Hong each activated their ultimate techniques, and Nangong Huang, who was previously blasted back, also joined the battle with his sacred sword. Lei Ao instantly fought against 5 of them alone. In an instant, supreme techniques, sage techniques, Taoist physique transformations, and various other techniques were continuously unleashed by these sky prides. Chapter 61. On the Sage's Dojo. The sky prides were engaged in a chaotic battle. All sorts of terrifying and violent Taoist rhymes filled the area. D*M in it. If this goes on, there will be no end to it. Lei Ao frowned as he pushed the White Lotus Maiden Sage back with a punch. Just as the others were about to continue, Lei Ao shouted, "Stop! Oh, even a young emperor is afraid? Nangong Huang sneered. What a joke. I just think it's a waste of time if this goes on. How about this? Each of us take a step back. I'll take the sage's head and leave the rest to you, Lei Ao said. The White Lotus Maiden Sage and the others looked at each other and seemed to be hesitating. Lei Ao said coldly, "This is already my biggest concession. If this goes on, you guys will benefit from resting." "All right, then it's settled. I want the heart." Gu Chang'e nodded. "I want the bones and part of the flesh. Other than the heart, the organs of the luminous moon sage will belong to the school of White Lotus," the White Lotus Bachelor Sage said calmly. Nangong Huang frowned. "That's a little too much. If you guys take everything, what will the Black Heaven sect get? We're already being merciful by giving you part of the flesh. Are you trying to take advantage of us?" The White Lotus Bachelor Sage said. He seemed to be dissatisfied with the Black Heaven sect, and his tone was unfriendly. Seeing this, the others did not stop her. Gu Chang'e said directly, "This is our decision. Do you have any opinion?" "That's right. I've suddenly changed my mind. Other than the head, I want the flesh of the Black Heaven sect too," Lei Ao suddenly said, causing Nangong Huang's face to turn pale. Just now, they had teamed up against Lei Ao, but now, it was the other way around. Everyone had teamed up against the Black Heaven sect. How could Nangong Huang not know the reason? A bunch of lowly people. You don't dare to fight with my elder senior brother, so you want to bully us to regain some of your laughable dignity? What a joke. You guys are not even fit to carry my elder senior brother's shoes. The few of them seemed to have been seen through, and their faces turned gloomy. "How dare you?" Lei Ao shouted and punched out. Violent thunderbolts surged out. Nangong Huang blocked with his sword, but he was still sent flying. Fine electric arcs jumped on his body, and he was seriously injured. Nangong Huang. Murong Xian hurriedly rushed forward. He was so angry that he was about to attack, but he was stopped by Nangong Huang. "You're not his match. Don't go up," Nangong Huang said in a low voice. "Damn it." Murong Xian and the others were so angry that the veins on their foreheads were bulging. However, they knew very well that nothing good would come out of it if they were to fight now. The Sky Pride from the other orthodoxies looked at Murong Xian and the others with mocking looks in their eyes. For the past few days, they had been crushed by Chu Kuangren so badly that they could barely breathe. Now, they finally felt a little better. "Do you really think that everyone in the Black Heaven sect is Chu Kuangren? What a joke," the White Lotus Saint sneered. Beside him, the White Lotus Maiden Sage frowned. "Bachelor Sage, your emotions are too obvious. Is there a grudge between you and the Black Heaven sect?" "No, I just can't stand it. If you don't like Chu Kuangren, you could go look for him. There's no point in humiliating his junior brother here. It will only show how weak you are," the White Lotus Maiden Sage said calmly. In the school of White Lotus, a Maiden Sage was a grade higher than a Bachelor Sage. There were many Bachelor Sages, but there could only be one Maiden Sage. Hence, when she reprimanded the White Lotus Bachelor Sage, the Bachelor Sage's face turned red, but he did not dare to talk back. All he did was hate Chu Kuangren even more. "All right, now that the person in the way has been dealt with, I shall take this sage's head." Lei Ao took out a saber and walked towards the sage's body. The surrounding Sky Prides could not help but shake their heads and sigh. A sage is going to be dismembered after his death. How pitiful. Yeah, no matter how strong you were when you were alive, you're just a corpse after death, waiting to be slaughtered. The sage's body is a rare treasure for many cultivators. Those who are capable would definitely not miss it. Lei Ao held his saber and approached the sage's body step by step. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "Senior Sage, please excuse me." Although he said that, he did not hesitate to attack. The saber slashed down at the speed of lightning. Just when the luminous moon sage's body was about to be damaged, a purple sword ray entered the battlefield at an even faster speed. The sword radiance reached Lei Ao's saber first, even though it was launched later. The saber shattered on the spot, and the terrifying impact sent Lei Ao flying. "That sword ray, it's you." Lei Ao thought of something and immediately looked towards the source of the sword ray. The others were no exception, but they all had different expressions. Gu Changa, the White Lotus Bachelor Sage, and Lei Ao were extremely gloomy. The White Lotus Maiden Sage was a little curious, and Nangong Huang and the others were ecstatic. Elder Senior Brother. It was Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren was dressed in a white robe, his black hair reaching his waist, and his body was surrounded by Taoist rhymes. He was the one who had defeated Lei Ao. When they saw him, everyone's heart skipped a beat, especially Lei Ao. He felt that his opponent's strength had become even stronger. "You're really lucky to be able to walk out of that gray mist alive," Lei Ao said coldly. Chu Kuangren replied, "Even a B asterisk starred like you didn't die, let alone me. This sage's body is mine for the Black Heaven sect. You want to monopolize it?" Lei Ao said coldly, "Yes." "What a joke. Chu Kuangren, you're here. We might have a share, but you're too arrogant to think that you can monopolize it. Do you really think that all these sky prides here are just for show?" The White Lotus Bachelor Sage took a step forward, and his aura instantly exploded. Yuan Hong and Gu Changa looked unfriendly too. "Heh, didn't you guys say that I'm declaring war on the world? Then I'll fight you guys today." Chu Kuangren did not budge an inch. He was grateful that the Luminous Moon Sage had killed the Black Light Sage together with him. He could not sit back and watch others destroy the Luminous Moon Sage's body. All right, let me see how strong you are." The White Lotus Bachelor Sage was so angry that he laughed. The jealousy and hatred in his heart urged him to activate the spiritual power within his body. A strong Taoist rhyme emanated from his body, and then he struck out with his palm. A white light bloomed from his palm, and the white rainbow palm energy erupted. Chu Kuangren did not say a word. He simply struck out with his sword, and the purple sword ray whistled, instantly broke through the palm energy, and landed on the White Lotus Bachelor Sage's body. A scream was followed by a large amount of blood splattered. An arm was thrown high into the air. "You can't even withstand a light attack from me, and you want to see my strength?" "What a joke," Chu Kuangren said indifferently. The White Lotus Bachelor Sage covered the wound on his broken arm and glared at Chu Kuangren. There was hatred in his eyes, but more than that, there was extreme fear. How could the gap between him and his opponent be so huge? He could not even withstand a single attack. The White Lotus Maiden Sage slowly walked up and looked at Chu Kuangren. "Brother Chu, you're a little too harsh. He didn't hold back at all when he attacked, and I only broke one of his arms. Even I feel that I'm being too merciful. Why, does the White Lotus Maiden Sage want to give it a try?" Chu Kuangren stared coldly at the White Lotus Maiden Sage. Chapter 62. The smile on the White Lotus Maiden Sage's face gradually disappeared as she stared at Chu Kuangren. "We retreat." Maiden Sage. The White Lotus Bachelor Sage was indignant. He had lost an arm to Chu Kuangren, but the White Lotus Maiden Sage was unfazed. She did nothing and even wanted to give up on her sage body. How could he accept that? "Shut up," the White Lotus Maiden Sage scolded. Chu Kuangren was too powerful. Even a maiden sage like her could not change anything, so she might as well take the initiative and avoid unnecessary damage. "A wise choice," Chu Kuangren said. "Giving up without doing anything is not who I am. I have to give it a shot no matter what," Yuan Hong of the Dharma sect said. The few Dharma sect Taoists who came with him immediately made their moves. There were 4 of them in total. The 4 of them surrounded Chu Kuangren, each activating a technique. In an instant, for different Taoists, rhymes filled the air. It was a powerful combined attack. The Dharma sect's 4 mystical arts. Some of the people who knew him were surprised. The Dharma sect claimed to have learned all kinds of techniques in the world. However, there were only a few that were most famous. The 4 mystical arts was one of them. When the 4 of them activated the 4 techniques of earth, wind, water, and fire together, they could unleash combat strength that far exceeded their cultivation level. It was quite famous in the firmament star. Earth. The earth word was cast, and a huge mountain appeared in the sky. Wind. A violent gust of wind swept across the sky. Water. The sound of rolling waves could be heard in the void. It was as if there was an ocean. Fire. A terrifying flame appeared out of nowhere and burned the sky. The four Dharma sect Taoists activated their techniques, and the four Taoist rhymes intertwined to form a terrifying force field that crushed towards Chu Kuangren. However, Chu Kuangren stood still with a calm expression. To him, that terrifying, domineering aura was like a gentle breeze. Chu Kuangren, take this. No one has ever come out unscathed under the four mystical arts, and you're no exception. The four Taoists attacked, and the four Taoist rhymes of earth, wind, water, and fire formed four colorful torrents that exploded instantly. What a show-off! Chu Kuangren smiled calmly. He lightly stamped his foot on the ground. Terrifying sword chi poured out of his body like a tsunami. In the blink of an eye, the four symbols' art was broken. Under the impact of the sword chi, the four Taoists of the Dharma sect flew backward like kites with broken strings. The Sky Prides were dumbfounded at the sight of this. They were not surprised that Chu Kuangren could break through the four mystical techniques, but he did it a little too easily. It was done with just a stomp of his feet. Are you kidding me? Since when did the Dharma sect's art of four symbols become so weak? Isn't this a sage art? Indeed, the four symbols as one is comparable to a great saint technique. It's not that the four mystical arts is weak, it's that Chu Kuangren is just too strong. The Dharma sect's Taoists are no match for him at all. There's no need to use any moves. Just the sword energy alone possesses an incomparably terrifying destructive power. Chu Kuangren is terrifying. Seeing that the four mystical arts have been broken, Yuan Hong, who had been quiet all this while, suddenly erupted with a terrifying Taoist rhyme that had been brewing for a long time. Transcendent coalescence. Yuan Hong roared, and the spiritual chi between the heavens and earth surged in an instant, turning into a gorgeous, colorful torrent. This torrent seemed to contain all kinds of cultivation techniques, and all kinds of Taoist rhymes were mixed within it. It was extremely powerful and shocking. At the side, Guchanga also made her move. Brother Yuan Hong, let me help you. With a punch, the domineering Taoist rhyme formed a golden dragon shadow. The dragon roared and dove towards Chu Kuangren. The transcendent coalescence and the dragon slaughter fist were both sage techniques that were specifically used for attacking. They were extremely mysterious, and when they were used by two top-notch Sky Prides, their power made everyone at the scene solemn. Even Lei Ao had a hint of caution on his face. Human mountain stamp. Chu Kuangren stood still and raised his hand to gather a majestic amount of earth chi, forming a terrifying godly mountain that blasted out. The three huge forces collided with each other and exploded in the void, forming a colorful shockwave that was incomparably gorgeous. However, the terrifying impact that it contained caused Yuan Hong and Gu Changa to spit out blood and fall to the ground. Chu Kuangren's white robe fluttered in the wind. He looked at the gorgeous colors around him and said, "It's like fireworks." Yuan Hong and Gu Changa almost vomited blood when they heard him. Like fireworks? Not only did their full-powered attack not hurt Chu Kuangren, but he even called it fireworks. That was just too infuriating. Even Nangong Huang and the others behind Chu Kuangren could not help but twitch their mouths. Their elder senior brother's words were too much of a blow to them. Chu Kuangren was a Sky Pride after all, yet he did not give him any face at all. However, this feeling, it felt so good. Seeing the other Sky Prides being tortured by Chu Kuangren, Nangong Huang, Murong Xian, and the others only felt proud and carefree. Chu Kuangren. Gu Changa stared at Chu Kuangren, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Ever since he was defeated by Chu Kuangren in the Black Heaven sect, he had spent time recuperating and recovering his Taoist core. He had also devoted himself to cultivation, and with the help of various treasures, he had finally broken through to the Paradise Realm. He initially thought that he could catch up to Chu Kuangren's cultivation base. However, he did not expect the gap to be even wider. Last time, he was defeated by Chu Kuangren with a single sword attack. This time, he was defeated by another Sky Pride of the same level. Beside him, Yuan Hong's face was also filled with bitterness. Encountering such a thing, anyone would feel as if their soul had left their body. How could this be? This is an era of great battles. We should be surrounded by stars, but why is he so much stronger than us? The White Lotus Bachelor Sage could not accept it. Chu Kuangren glanced at him and said, "You're not wrong. This is indeed an era of great battles. It's just that all of you are competing with me." Many sky prides at the scene trembled in shock. On the other hand, Nangong Huang, Murong Xian, and the others were filled with admiration and fanaticism. He had single-handedly declared war against all the sky prides in the world. He had single-handedly fought against the entire world. Lei Ao, who was beside him, was also stunned. "Damn it, do you have to be so arrogant? Even I, a young emperor, am not as arrogant as you are." However, before Lei Ao could react, Chu Kuangren's gaze locked onto him. "B** starred. You're the one who hurt my junior brother, aren't you?" He had noticed Nangong Huang's injury. Among all the sky prides present, only Lei Ao could produce the kind of domineering, lightning-based Taoist rhyme. "Do you want revenge?" Lei Ao said coldly. His gaze was extremely serious, and there were electric arcs leaping around his body. He was very cautious. "Yes, and I'm going to kill you." Chu Kuangren moved. With a swing of the Descendant Self-Sword, a domineering sword ray whizzed out. Lei Ao had no choice but to face it with all his might. The black lightning wings flapped, and the black water falling thunder instantly erupted. The sword ray and the thunder collided. Then, everyone saw a figure fly out and crash into the mountain wall in the distance, continuously spitting blood. That miserable figure was the young Emperor Lei Ao. Chapter 63. Do you think you're worthy of being called a young emperor? Chu Kuangren said. His tone was calm and emotionless, but his words were filled with mockery towards Lei Ao. Lei Ao was extremely frustrated and his eyes were bloodshot. He was a young emperor. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? "Chu Kuangren, I'm going to kill you." Lei Ao let out an angry roar. Black lightning erupted from his body, and he charged towards Chu Kuangren. He was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. At least that was how it looked to others. Even Chu Kuangren felt that his opponent was fast before, but now it was just SOSO in his eyes. He had leveled up too much. With the Supreme Purple Palace Realm Foundation, coupled with the 3 great foundation levels and the exquisite 9 orifices sword heart, he had surpassed his peers in the same realm. Just as Lei Ao was charging towards him, Chu Kuangren had already locked onto his opponent's trajectory. Majestic earth chi surged and turned into a godly mountain that smashed towards him. Lei Ao was once again pushed back. What a terrifying attack. I can't take it head on. Lei Ao was shocked. He slowly calmed himself down and was no longer in a hurry to attack. Black lightning flickered around his body as his silhouette constantly changed. Chu Kuangren, see, can you catch up to me? Not only does my lightning give me a powerful attack, but also gives me unparalleled speed. Speed is the only unbeatable technique in this world. You have nothing to be afraid of even if you can't hit me. Lei Ao's proud voice echoed in the void. Gu Chang'e, the White Lotus Maiden Sage, and the others were shocked. Even my spiritual thoughts can't catch up to this speed. So fast. Lei Ao's silhouette moved quickly as he aimed for an opening. With a glint in his eyes, he sped up and dashed towards Chu Kuangren's back. He struck out with his palm, and violent lightning gathered. However, at that moment, a sword landed on his face and sent him flying. After spinning around a dozen times in the air, he fell to the ground like a dead dog. Jumping up and down, aren't you proud of yourself? Chu Kuangren looked at Lei Ao, who was on the ground, as if he was looking down on an ant. No one knew how angry Lei Ao was at that moment. 3 times. He was sent flying by Chu Kuangren 3 times. Furthermore, he had done it in front of everyone. His authority as a young emperor was practically non-existent. In front of the other sky prides, he was a young emperor. However, in front of Chu Kuangren, he was nothing. Lei Ao laid on the ground, his body twitching nonstop. The black lightning on the surface of his body gradually turned blood red, and an even more domineering Taoist rhyme emanated. Chu Kuangren, you are the first prodigy to force me to use this method. Only by killing you can I wash away this humiliation. Lei Ao slowly stood up. Blood-colored lightning surrounded him, and even his hair turned red. His terrifying aura even forced Gu Chang'e and the other heaven's favorites to retreat. The current Lei Ao's battle power was close to that of a venerable Tao body phenomenon, unstoppable thunder, heaven-shattering blood lightning. Dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder rumbled. Lei Ao activated his blood-colored lightning, and with the help of his Taoist physique transformation, he charged towards Chu Kuangren with such power that it distorted the void. Heaven-rending drawing technique. Chu Kuangren swung his sword, and a dazzling purple sword ray shone. The sword light blotted out the sky and almost swallowed the world. It also engulfed the blood-colored lightning. The terrifying sword attack caused Lei Ao to let out a blood-curdling scream as he reverted back to his original form of a thunderhawk. The sword chi raged and streaks of blood appeared on Lei Ao's body. A large amount of blood splattered like a rain of blood. Run! Lei Ao no longer had any thoughts of resisting. With a flap of his wings, a large amount of lightning exploded. He used a certain treasure to forcefully shatter the sword ray before he frantically fled into the distance. His speed was already extremely fast, and with the addition of the treasure, Lei Ao's speed was so fast that even an honorable might not be able to catch up to him. Trying to escape? You'll have to ask for my permission first. 9 Heaven Sword Prison. With a soft shout, 12 long pillars formed by sword chi appear between heaven and earth. There were runes circling around them, sealing the sky and locking the earth. Under this Taoist physique transformation, Lei Ao's body suddenly felt a strong constraint, as if he was tied up by countless shackles. Not only that, but the spatial structure also seemed to have changed. How can this be? How can his physique be so strong? No, this physique transformation has spatial energy. Lei Ao said in horror. The most obvious characteristic of the Paradise Realm was the initial contact with spatial energy. However, using spatial energy required a long period of practice. Chu Kuangren had just ascended to the Paradise Realm, so how could he use spatial energy and integrate it into his Taoist physique transformation? This is the difference between you and me, Chu Kuangren said calmly. With the help of the godly essence, he had stepped into the Paradise Realm and entered the state of Tao enlightenment. In addition to that, he had also entered the state of Tao enlightenment before and absorbed the primordial purple haze. His understanding of Tao was too deep. This also included the cultivation secrets of each realm. Since he had stepped into the Paradise Realm, spatial energy was already at his fingertips. Integrating it into his physique transformation was a piece of cake. Chu Kuangren, what are you trying to do? If you dare to kill me, the Thunder Falcon tribe will never forgive you. Lei Ao threatened. Let them come then. Chu Kuangren waved his sacred sword, and the heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique appeared again. This time, there were no surprises. Lei Ao was instantly minced into a bloody mist by the sword chi. The current young emperor had fallen. The White Lotus Maiden Sage, Bachelor Sage, Yuan Hong, and the others watched the scene with their hearts trembling. They stared at the white-robed figure with their hearts trembling. The 8 young emperors of this world were the pinnacle of sky prides. Countless people had tried to topple them, but to no avail. Today, a young emperor had fallen in front of them. Chu Kuangren, Chu Kuangren. Many people murmured that name in a daze. They knew that from that day onward, that name would be the peak that countless sky prides could only dream of. Chu Kuangren slowly walked to the dojo and placed the luminous moon sage's body into his yin and yang ring. No one dared to object, because no one had the right to object. Let's go, Chu Kuangren said. The people of Black Heaven Sect left. Coincidentally, just as Chu Kuangren and the others left, Fong Tian, Lin Batian, and a few other sky prides who were trapped in the gray mist also arrived at the dojo. Bachelor Sage, and what happened to you guys? Fong Tian was shocked to see the White Lotus Bachelor Sage with a broken arm and a severely injured Gu Chang'e and Yuan Hong. It's all because of you, Chu Kuangren. The White Lotus Bachelor Sage said viciously. Fong Tian and Lin Batian looked at each other with an as-expected expression. Besides Chu Kuangren, who else could single-handedly injure those top-notch sky prides? I say, why did you guys go and provoke him for no reason? That guy can even kill a sage. Fong Tian said. What? The people who were about to leave were shocked and quickly surrounded them. Their eyes were filled with horror. Just now, the red rain and the mournful cries were indeed the signs of a fallen sage. But did Chu Kuangren kill that sage? Quick, tell us now. Fong Tian and Lin Batian immediately recounted what they had seen and heard in the gray mist. Everyone who heard it felt absurd. Killing a sage? They saw sages as gods, high and mighty. However, Chu Kuangren had already slain a sage. Chapter 64. Outside the secret realm of the Bright Moon. The elites of the various orthodoxies were all discussing something. They were originally talking about the phenomenon of a sage falling, but now they were thinking about which orthodoxy's prodigy would be able to take the lead in this trip to the mystic realm. Among them, the one who was the most pleased was the supreme of the Thunder Falcon tribe. My clan's Lei Ao is one of the current 8 young emperors. His combat strength is unparalleled, and he is able to fight opponents who are a whole realm higher than him. In other words, his strength is equivalent to a Battle King warrior, who in a mystery realm could possibly be his match. The most obvious characteristic of a young emperor was his ability to fight across realms, and not just by a small realm, but by a large realm. The higher the cultivation realm, the harder it was to advance. Only those who could fight a king of the Dongshu realm were qualified to be called a young emperor. The geniuses who entered the secret realm were all below the Battle King level, but Lei Ao had the battle strength of a Battle King. This was definitely a huge advantage. It was no wonder that the Thunder Falcon tribe was so proud of themselves. If there were no accidents, Lei Ao would gain the most this time. The Thunder Falcon tribe is overconfident. I think the Black Heaven sect's elder senior brother might not be any weaker than your tribe's Lei Ao. One of the honorable ones said. It was not that he was on good terms with the Black Heaven sect, but he simply could not stand the sight of the Thunder Falcon tribe acting so arrogantly. Oh, Chu Kuangren, huh? He's quite a good seedling. I hope he doesn't encounter my tribe's Lei Ao. Otherwise, his fate will be uncertain. The honorable one of the Thunder Falcon tribe was very confident in Lei Ao. Hearing those words, Elder Ruyin was instantly dissatisfied. Supreme Lei Hua, do you really think that Lei Ao is invincible? If he were to encounter Kuangren, it's hard to say who would emerge victorious. You should worry about Lei Ao instead. Oh, then let us wait and see. Sovereign Lei Hua sneered in disdain, waiting to see a joke. Suddenly, Sovereign Lei Hua frowned. He felt a fluctuation coming from his universe ring. It was a communication compass. A message from the clan? What's going on? Master Lei Hua, Lei Ao's life fire has been extinguished. What's going on? A low roar came from the communication artifact. Even without seeing it, one could imagine how ugly the expression of the owner of the voice was. Life fire represented a cultivator's life. Many orthodoxies would take a drop of their disciples' blood essence to create a life fire and leave it in the orthodoxy. The extinguishing of the vital flame meant that the cultivator was dead. Many people present heard the voice of the communication artifact. Instantly, everyone's expression became extremely strange. A few supreme martial artists almost burst out laughing on the spot. Supremacy Lei Hua's face turned pale in an instant. He was also dumbfounded. How did young Emperor Lei Ao die? Patriarch, I don't know. The young emperor is still in the secret territory. Autarch Thunderfire said hurriedly. Inside the arcane realm? He's dead. The Thunder Falcon tribe leader bellowed. Stay where you are. Find out what happened and how Lei Ao died. That was a young emperor. He was a young emperor with a bright future. Once he grew up, he might not be 100% sure to become an emperor, but he would at least be a pillar of support for an orthodoxy. No other orthodoxy would be able to take it. The light of the communication artifact went out. However, Sovereign Lehua was still in a daze. The venerables of the other orthodoxies looked at each other with playful expressions. Just a second ago, he had been so smug about how great his young emperor was. Now, his young emperor was dead. Was there anything more dramatic than this? Who the hell did this? Sovereign Lehua's face darkened when he regained his senses. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm of the luminous moon, Chu Kuangren, Lan Yu, and Nangong Huang were exploring the secret realm. The secret realm was huge. Although it was run down, it was still the residence of a sage. There were still many opportunities of fortune to be found. For example, supreme elixirs and spiritual ores. Chu Kuangren even met Li Xingqian. When he first met him, he was fighting a few Black Death beasts. Fortunately, Chu Kuangren arrived at the last moment. Otherwise, Li Xingqian might not have survived. It's too scary. How can there be such terrifying beasts in this secret realm? They're all battle monarchs. Li Xingqian was still traumatized. They all came out from the gray mist. Chu Kuangren said, "These battle monarch-level Black Death beasts were reared by the Black Light Saint in the gray fog and fed with the Death Chi. Now that the Black Light Saint was dead and the gray fog domain was gone, these Black Death beasts scattered. Brother Chu, this secret realm is too dangerous. It's safer for me to stay by your side. What do you think?" Li Xingqian smiled and said, "It's up to you." Chu Kuangren did not have any objections. The secret realm was huge. It would probably take a few days to explore. What do you think about this luminous moon sage? Why would he live in such a big place alone? Li Xingqian muttered. Beside him, Nangong Huang said, "Sages are also human. They have different personalities. Some sages can live in a hut, while others like to live in luxurious palaces. It's not unusual." That's true. This sage's means are extraordinary. He could actually open up such a big, small realm. It's almost half the size of our White Cloud City. Amazing, Li Xingqian said. Yes, indeed. The Sky Prides gathered together and chatted. Chu Kuangren sat beside them. It looked like he was resting with his eyes closed, but in fact he was doing the daily lottery. Taishang Lao Jun, the Jade Emperor, Buddha, any god will do. Please bless me with good luck this time. Even if I don't ask for the Starlight Legend, I don't think it's too much to ask for gold, right? Chu Kuangren's expression was calm, but his heart was swearing. Ever since he got the Heaven Spiritual Marrow, he had never gotten a gold reward again. Even silver rewards were pitifully few. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the legendary Divine Treasure Locating skill. Damn! Chu Kuangren stood up immediately. It turned out to be a legendary divine skill. Luck was on his side. Everyone was stunned when they saw Chu Kuangren's ecstatic face. They had never seen him so excited before. Elder Senior Brother, what's wrong? Everyone asked curiously. Ahem, nothing. I just thought of something happy. Chu Kuangren suppressed his excitement and said, Brother Chu, what happy thing? Tell us, so we can be happy. Li Xingqian asked curiously. It's just a joke. There used to be a family with a child named Zhu Chuan. Every time his mother went to buy clothes, she would say that it was for her pig. Ha! Chu Kuangren laughed. Nangong Huang, Li Xingqian, and the others looked at each other. What is so funny? Or, am I too funny? Haha, it's so funny. Zhu Chuan? A pig, huh? Murong Xian suddenly slapped his thigh and laughed wildly. Nangong Huang and the others reacted instantly. This was a joke told by their elder senior brother. Not laughing meant that they were not giving him face. Laugh, they had to laugh. Haha, it's funny, it's so funny. Amazing, as expected of our elder senior brother. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. I can laugh for a whole year, huh? Brother Chu, it's really you. I'm dying of laughter. Chu Kuangren was a little confused as he looked at the others who were holding their stomachs in laughter. Wait, is this joke really that funny? He looked at Lan Yu, who was next to him. Lan Yu saw him looking at her, and it forced a smile. Ha! Chapter 65. Everyone burst into laughter. Chu Kuangren shook his head helplessly and sat on the spot. His mind was filled with information about the newly acquired divine ability. The treasure locating skill, as the name suggested, was a divine ability used to search for treasures. The range of the search depended on the user's cultivation level. It was very powerful. This divine ability came at the right time. A smile appeared on Chu Kuangren's face. With a thought, he began to use the treasure locating skill. What followed was information that flooded in from all directions. There is a supreme elixir on a hill 300 kilometers ahead. There is a spirit mine 400 kilometers northwest. There is a supreme weapon hidden in a cave 300 kilometers south. There is a condensed earth spiritual marrow 1,300 kilometers south. All sorts of information about the treasures appeared in Chu Kuangren's mind one after another, even accompanied by a series of images. This treasure locating skill was too powerful. It was indeed a legendary grade divine ability. Chu Kuangren felt like he was a walking treasure detector. He knew exactly where the treasures were. This is great. Chu Kuangren was extremely excited. Once they were done resting, Chu Kuangren could not wait to bring Lan Yu and the others to the nearest treasure. On a hill, a ginseng-like treasure was buried in the ground. Suddenly, the supreme elixir let out a burst of light. It was the light of transformation. It was a symbol of the supreme elixir's advancement. The light of transformation attracted a few cultivators. This light is so intense. This is at least a top-tier supreme elixir. It might even be close to the honorable grade. This pill is very useful to me. This supreme elixir belongs to me. In an instant, a few sky prides fought over the supreme elixir. Not long after, a few people arrived. The sky prides stopped fighting when they saw who it was. They looked at the newcomer with a serious and even fearful expression. It's him, Chu Kuangren. Why is he here? Chu Kuangren ignored the others and walked straight to the supreme elixir. He dug it out and placed it in his yin and yang ring. At that moment, someone was unhappy. Chu Kuangren, this supreme elixir was discovered by us first. Don't you think it's rude of you to take it without asking? Chu Kuangren seemed to be deep in thought. You're right. It's indeed impolite. After he finished speaking, he looked at them and said, Then let me ask you something. I want to take this precious medicine away now. Who objects? Who agrees? I object. A cultivator shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword chi whizzed out and instantly blew the cultivator away. He fell to the ground and coughed up blood. When the others saw this, they felt their scalps go numb. Who's against? Who's in favor? Chu Kuangren asked again as he looked at the group seriously. I agree. The few of them were madly roaring in their hearts. Shameless. How are we supposed to oppose you like this? Do we have the right to object? F***CK. Chu Kuangren nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Actually, I'm quite an easygoing person. If anyone has any opinions, feel free to voice them out. Since no one has any more opinions, I shall take my leave first. He then led Lan Yu and the others towards the next treasure location. The remaining prodigies were left in a state of confusion. Inside the secret realm, some of the sky prides were fighting for the earth's spiritual marrow. At that moment, Chu Kuangren intervened and said, This earth's spiritual marrow belongs to me. Who agrees? Who objects? None of the sky prides had the right to object. Even a sky pride like Yuan Hong, who was fighting for the earth's spiritual marrow, could only keep his mouth shut. He was extremely frustrated. This treasure belongs to me. Who agrees? Who objects? I object. Those who object died. Is there anyone else who objects? The crowd was speechless. Very well. Similar situations were happening all over the secret realm. Chu Kuangren led Lan Yu and the others to collect all kinds of treasures. Just a second ago, there were people fighting to the death for treasures, but the next second, Chu Kuangren came over and took it away. Everyone was puzzled. The secret realm of the luminous moon was so big. Why was Chu Kuangren always able to find treasures? Could it be that the secret realm was his backyard? However, it did seem to be the case. No one in the secret realm was a match for Chu Kuangren. He could do whatever he wanted. Was this not his backyard after all? F***CK. This goddamn Chu Kwangren is too overbearing. I went through so much trouble to find a supreme weapon, and he took it away just like that. Who objects? Who objects? F***CK him. Who would dare to object? It's all because of that one sword of his. Sob, my earth spiritual marrow. This trip to the secret realm is so frustrating. Dear heavens, please strike this be asterisk star down with a bolt of lightning. Let's go, let's go. What else is there to play with? This be asterisk starred is so arrogant. Isn't he afraid of offending everyone? Even the elder brother of the Black Heaven sect is too arrogant. What's there to be afraid of? He even dared to kill Leo. Why would he be afraid of offending us? He had already declared war on the world before he entered the realm anyway, so he's not afraid of offending us anymore. Sai Kwangren, what a crazy person. The entire secret realm was filled with complaints. Countless sky prides were suppressed by Chu Kwangren to the point where they could not even lift their heads. On a mountain path in the secret realm, Chu Kwangren led Lan Yu and the others towards the next treasure. Behind him, Murong Xian, Nangong Huang, and the others stared at his back with a fanatical gaze. They had been too excited for the past few days. One by one, they kept the treasures in their pockets. They did not even have to lift a finger. No one dared to touch Chu Kwangren when he went to battle. The feeling of being led by a big shot was so satisfying. The next treasure is an honorable supreme elixir. Chu Kwangren's expression changed slightly when he sensed the next treasure. An honorable supreme elixir was very useful even for an honorable. Cultivators below the honorable realm would go crazy for it. Of course, it was not very useful for Chu Kwangren. His foundation was too terrifying, so even an honorable supreme elixir would not have much of an effect on him. However, it was a good gift for his junior brothers and sisters. In the past few days, he had also given most of the treasures that he had snatched from the secret realm to Nangong Huang, Murong Xian, and the others. This made them even more loyal to him. Soon, Chu Kwangren arrived at the location of the Honorable Supreme Elixir. However, he saw someone there. He did not pay much attention at first, but when he realized who that person was, he was shocked. Oh, it's him. Chu Kwangren could not help but be surprised when he saw the blood-robed cultivator before him. This person was the spirit bloodchild of the Yasha tribe. The spirit bloodchild and Chu Kwangren arrived at the location of the Honorable Supreme Elixir at almost the same time. When their gazes met, they were both shocked. I didn't expect to meet you here, Chu Kwangren. The spirit bloodchild looked at Chu Kwangren with a hint of curiosity on his evil face. He had heard a lot about Chu Kwangren in the past few days. Each and every one of them was so earth-shattering. I didn't expect that either. Chu Kwangren chuckled. He then looked at the supreme elixir that was emitting a faint glow and said, "So here's the question. I want this supreme elixir. Are you against it or against it?" Chapter 66. I object, the spirit bloodchild said coldly. That honorable supreme elixir was extremely valuable, so he could not give it up so easily. Besides, it would be embarrassing for him to give it to him just like that. They were all sky prides, so they could just fight it out. I heard that you killed Leo. Very well. Even if you failed to kill him, I would have done it anyway, the spirit bloodchild said coldly. Why? Do you have a grudge against him? Chu Kwangren asked. No, but he has the title of Young Emperor. That title is quite good, so I want to take it for myself. The two of them chatted casually like old friends reuniting. However, everyone could feel a terrifying aura emanating from the surroundings. Two invisible Taoist rhymes were violently colliding in the void, and Chu Kwangren and the spirit bloodchild's aura was rising rapidly. Boom! The spirit bloodchild was the first to attack. The ground he was standing on suddenly exploded, and his figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already above Chu Kwangren. A palm that contained a blood-colored brilliance fell from the sky. Vaguely, Chu Kwangren saw a sea of blood. The spirit blood Taoist physique is quite impressive. Chu Kuangren smiled as the descendant self sword appeared in his hand. He then raised his hand and stabbed it toward the sky. A purple sword ray instantly pierced through the air. The two forces collided in midair, setting off an incomparably violent airwave that slapped the void and spread out in circles like a tide. Nangong Huang, Murong Xian, and the others were forced to retreat several dozen feet. How powerful! Is this the spirit blood Taoist physique? A battle between two supreme Taoist physiques is not something an ordinary person can witness. I must observe carefully. A few people stood nearby and watched the battle. Seeing that his attack did not work, the spirit blood child retreated a distance and stared at Chu Kuangren. How do you know about the spirit blood Taoist physique? Isn't it obvious? Chu Kuangren smiled. What information was there that he did not know once the Eye of Revelation was activated? However, the spirit blood child did not expect Chu Kuangren to have such a technique. He only thought that he had accidentally revealed his aura. If Chu Kuangren was knowledgeable, it would not be surprising for him to recognize the spirit blood Taoist physique. Since you already know, then I won't bother hiding it anymore. Blood spirit Tao form, blood sea anomaly, activate. In an instant, a large amount of Taoist rhymes rose behind blood spirit child, and a magnificent image of sea of blood appeared in the void. The sea of blood surged endlessly and was incomparably vast. Blood sea anomaly, bolstered by the power of the phenomenon, master blood spirit's strength sword. Sword of the heavens. Chu Kuangren also activated his Taoist physique transformation. Runes swirled above his head, and the sword of heaven's path materialized. Very well, let's decide who is stronger between the exquisite 9 orifices sword heart and the blood spirit Taoist figure today. Blood spirit master laughed and grabbed at the void with his 5 fingers. A large amount of Taoist connotation gathered. A terrifyingly huge blood-colored hand then charged towards Chu Kuangren. The terrifying power caused the earth to shake. Prodigious blood hand. Chu Kuangren's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the gigantic blood-colored palm that shook the void. With the descendant self-sword in his hand, he swung it out. The purple sword light blotted out the sky. 2 surges of energy and 2 types of Taoist rhymes collided with each other, causing the surrounding ground and the void to shake violently. Shock waves surged and turned into an unparalleled force of impact. Under this impact, the blood sea anomaly behind blood spirit master violently fluctuated, and he himself was blasted nearly 100 meters away. On the other hand, Chu Kuangren stood where he was with his white robe and black hair fluttering in the wind. With the descendant self-sword in his hand, he was as steady as an immortal. How can this be? Blood spirit master's pupils shrunk in disbelief. He had a supreme Taoist physique, a paradise realm cultivation base, and a sage technique. He was confident that he could defeat even young Emperor Lei Ao. However, he had only exchanged 1 move with Chu Kuangren, and yet he was forced to retreat. His opponent was unbelievably strong. We're both supreme Taoist physiques, but why is there such a huge gap between us? Blood spirit master's expression changed. He could not figure out. Chu Kuangren replied indifferently. You didn't lose because of your Taoist physique, but because of your strength. The one who lost is me, Chu Kuangren. No, it's still too early to say who's the winner. Blood spirit master's expression darkened, and the spiritual power within his body began to boil. A surge of Taoist rhyme soared into the sky and gradually formed a blood-colored bridge behind blood spirit master, which then landed on the blood sea. A surge of deathly stillness erupted. Taoist physique anomaly, bridge of dead spirits. Do you think this is the end? There's more. Sage technique, great Acheron technique. Blood spirit master let out a low roar, and an overbearing surge of Taoist rhyme rose and transformed into a murky river that rushed out. It was like the legendary Acheron. Under the enhancement of the 2 phenomenons, Xuelingzi's attack had reached an unparalleled level. The boundless yellow river surged through the void with a deathly stillness that sent a chill down everyone's spine. You do have the strength to kill Lao. Chu Kuangren smiled as he looked at the Acheron technique that was pouring down. Then he held the Descendant Self sword in his hand and deflected the blade. Unfortunately, you're still far from being able to kill me. Heaven-slaying sword drawing technique. With a single slash, a purple sword ray bloomed. The Acheron technique was instantly split into two halves, which then violently crashed into the ground. The sword ray then broke through the Acheron technique like a hot knife through butter and landed on Blood Spirit Master's body. A blood-colored ray of light flashed past. Blood Spirit Master was sent flying on the spot, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His two transformations were shattered, and his powerful Taoist rhyme dissipated on the spot. Blood Spirit Master, who had been severely injured, was horrified. He had unleashed his full strength, but he could not even withstand a single slash from his opponent. If it were not for the defensive treasure that he had on him that nullified most of the sword chi, that slash just now would have taken his life. What kind of strength was that? Run! Blood Spirit Master did not dare to stay any longer. He turned into a ray of blood-colored light and dashed into the distance. Chu Kuangren was about to activate his sword intent to seal off his opponent's path of retreat. Since he was going to attack, he would not hold back. Since his opponent was a supreme Taoist physique, he might bring trouble to Chu Kuangren in the future. Therefore, killing him on the spot was the best option. However, before the Nine-Heaven Sword prison transformation could fully activate, a terrifying surge of spiritual power erupted from Blood Spirit Master's body. A drop of blood-colored cinnabar with Taoist rhyme flowed between his brows and blasted towards Chu Kuangren. That attack was so terrifying that even Blood Spirit Master had to take it seriously. I'm afraid that's an honorable's attack. It must be a technique left behind by the powerful Yiksha tribe. Chu Kuangren's eyes narrowed as he activated all three of his Taoist physique transformations and activated the heaven-slaying sword drawing technique to its limit. In an instant, the entire realm shook, and black cracks appeared in the void as if it was about to shatter. Fortunately, the spatial structure of the secret realm of the luminous moon was stable enough. Otherwise, that attack would have collapsed the entire realm. That kind of power was enough to kill all the sky prides in the secret realm. You're quite a fast runner. Chu Kuangren chuckled. Chu Kuangren did not have many regrets. Since he could defeat his opponent once, naturally, he would be able to step on his opponent forever. This Blood Spirit Master's strength is extraordinary. I can't believe he could withstand a few attacks from Elder Senior Brother, as expected of a supreme Taoist physique. Yes, he's slightly stronger than Lao, Nangong Huang, and the others said. In their eyes, sky prides who could withstand a few attacks from Chu Kuangren were already on the same level as Lao. They wondered what the other sky prides would think if they knew about this. Chapter 67. 3 days. Chu Kuangren relied on his treasure-locating skill and led Lan Yu and the others into the secret realm for 3 days. They might not have taken all the treasures in the secret realm, but at least 70 to 80% of the treasures were taken. After all, there were many sky prides who entered the secret realm. Aside from the 8 great sage orthodoxies, there were also a few sage tribes. There were about 200 of them. Yet Chu Kuangren had taken 80% of the treasures in the secret realm. If word of this got out, it would be terrifying. In addition to the honorable Yuan Ling's treasures that Chu Kuangren had looted when he first left the mountain, the treasures he had now were more than an honorable orthodoxy. Sigh, what a pity. Although there are many treasures, not many of them are useful to me. Besides, I didn't find the luminous moon sage's inheritance either. Chu Kuangren sighed. Perhaps it was because the luminous moon sage's life was in danger after his battle with the blacklight sage, so he did not have time to leave his inheritance. All right, we're almost done looting. It's time to leave. Chu Kuangren said. Outside the secret realm, A few strong cultivators from the orthodoxies estimated that the secret realm exploration was about to end. One of the honorables said, "There should be many opportunities of fortune in this secret realm. I believe everyone won't return empty-handed." Not bad. I wonder who will come out on top. Beside them, Honorable Lehua did not say anything, but his expression became gloomy. The Sage tribe had suffered a huge loss in this secret realm exploration. Losing a young emperor was not something they could make up for. "I don't care. My young emperor's death better not have anything to do with your Taoist. Otherwise, my tribe will not let you off." Honorable Lehua swept his gaze across the honorables. However, none of them cared. They were all from similar orthodoxies. So who was afraid of whom? Who are you trying to scare? Upon hearing Sovereign Lehua's words, Elder Ruyan, who originally disliked Sovereign Lehua, couldn't help but mock him. Honorable Lehua looked over. "Among the sky prides who entered the secret realm, besides my tribe's young emperor, Chu Quangren of your Black Heaven sect is the strongest." If you're talking about who is most likely to kill him, then Chu Quangren is the biggest suspect. Nonsense. Quangren is a humble and gentle person, and he never takes the initiative to hurt anyone. Opportunities of fortune and danger coexist in the secret realm. Who knows if your tribe's Lao died because he triggered some restrictions? Elder Rian said. The supremacies of the orthodoxies present all had strange expressions on their faces. Humble and gentle? Are you kidding me? Chu Quangren had declared war on the world, killed Honorable Swordsman White Cloud, and destroyed his entire residence. No matter how one looked at him, Chu Quangren did not look like a humble and gentle person. The corner of the seventh ancestor's mouth twitched when he heard Elder Rian's words. That little guy, modest and gentle, my ass. Swoosh. At that moment, someone came out of the mystic realm. It was Fong Tian from the Five Elements sect. Fong Tian. The honorable ones from the Five Elements sect were about to rush forward, but someone else was faster than him. It was the Thunder Falcon tribe's Honorable Lehua. Supremacy Lehua said coldly. "Who killed my young emperor?" "Humph. Exalt Lehua. Don't go overboard." The venerable from the Five Elements sect said in dissatisfaction. "I'm just asking." Everyone looked at Fong Tian, obviously very interested in this matter. "It's Chu Quangren." Fong Tian did not hide the truth. As soon as he said that, Honorable Lehua's expression turned extremely gloomy. Good. It really is that Chu Quangren. Elder Ruyan was a little dumbfounded. She had just praised Chu Quangren for being modest and gentle, and now he had killed a young emperor. She was caught off guard. Black Heaven sect, what else do you have to say? Honorable Lehua looked at Elder Ruyan angrily. Quangren must have a reason for killing Lao. Who knows? Maybe it was your tribe's Lao who picked a fight for no reason. Elder Ruyan defended. Then, everyone looked at Fong Tian, waiting for him to continue. Fong Tian did not hide the truth and told them everything that had happened. Sage's remains. So they were fighting over the Sage's remains. TSK, if that's the case, the Sage's remains are now in Chu Quangren's hands. What a tyrannical guy. Fighting against the world alone. Quangren lives up to his name. What a modest and gentle Chu Quangren. He's so humble that he took the Sage's remains for himself, not leaving anything for others. Now, it was not just Honorable Lehua. The other honorables looked a little upset too. Elder Rian said calmly, "The Sage's remains belong to those who are capable. Quangren was able to take it for himself because he's capable. As for killing Lao, casualties are inevitable in a battle between sky prides. If he's dead, then so be it. He can only blame himself for being too weak." Her attitude was very clear. Quangren of the Black Heaven sect has his reasons for doing anything. What do you guys want? Do you guys want to start a war? A war between sage orthodoxies was no laughing matter. Once it broke out, not only would the lives be lost, but the orthodoxies would also fight to the death. It was not impossible for an orthodoxy that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years to be destroyed overnight. That's not all. Fong Tian gritted his teeth and continued to tell them about how Chu Kuangren had been looting the secret realm for the past few days. The more the honorables listened, the more terrified they became. Everyone stared at Elder Rian angrily. Black Heaven Sect, you guys have crossed the line. You guys have taken all the treasures in the secret realm. What else can we take? Are you trying to make us come here for nothing? That's right. Chu Kuangren must give us an explanation. Can the Black Heaven Sect even swallow a single person who took everything for himself? Elder Rian was shocked as well. This is too much. Elder Rian came to her senses when she heard the questions from the Venerable Ones. She said calmly, "These treasures were obtained by Kuangren with his own abilities. It is only right and proper for the capable to obtain more. Why should I give you an explanation?" The honorables were so angry that their faces turned green. They were speechless. Also, at that moment, Feng Tian spoke again. The group of Venerable Ones looked over in that direction. Also, what ridiculous thing did Chu Kuangren do this time? Chu Kuangren is really something. Under the gaze of the honorables, Feng Tian took a deep breath and said, "Chu Kuangren killed a sage." Suddenly, the surroundings became extremely quiet. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Just when Feng Tian was surprised that no one spoke, several surges of domineering aura landed on him, almost forcing him to the ground. "What did you say? Chu Kuangren killed a sage. How is that possible? Nonsense. How could such a thing happen?" The crowd could not believe it. However, when they thought about the sage's fall, they began to believe it, but they still felt that it was unbelievable. How could Chu Kuangren kill a sage? Even Elder Ruyan was startled by this. "Feng Tian, tell us." The Five-Ways Sect's honorables quickly said. Feng Tian told them everything that happened in the gray mist. After the honorables heard it, they felt that the world was too surreal. A young junior killed a sage? No matter how they listened to it, it sounded like a fantasy story. After that, more people walked out of the secret realm. Some of the honorables asked about Chu Kuangren, and the answers they got were basically the same as what Feng Tian said. Is this guy going to defy the heavens? Last time, he killed an honorable supreme, and now he killed a sage. Is he still human? Even in the era of great battles, it's still too much for someone like him to appear. Chapter 68. Chu Kuangren's actions in the secret realm spread like wildfire. The crowd of honorables was dumbfounded by the news. Killing a sage? The impact on them was too great. They only felt that all of this was too unreal, and there was a sense of absurdity in it. Even Elder Ruyan thought it was an exaggeration. If even the honorables felt that way, then the rest of the people were even more shocked. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators who came to the Northern Sea were shocked to the core. Chu Kuangren killed a sage? Oh my God, is that for real? Even the honorables admitted it. Even the sage perishing phenomenon appeared. How can it be fake? This Chu Kuangren is too terrifying. The news spread among the cultivators. One could imagine how Chu Kuangren would shake the world once again when these people left. Not just the Azure Dragon domain, but the entire 4 domains would be shocked. Whoosh! A ray of light shot out from the secret realm. It was a young man in a blood-red robe. Honorable Yi Shui of the Yiksha tribe hurried to him. "Spirit Bloodchild, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a little injured," Spirit Bloodchild said with a grim expression. "Who did this?" Honorable Yi Shui asked. "Chu Kuangren." Honorable Yi Shui's expression changed slightly, but he was not surprised. He's the only one who can hurt you in the entire secret realm. He also noticed that the cinnabar mark between Spirit Bloodchild's brows had disappeared. That was a life-saving technique that he left for Spirit Bloodchild. He did not expect Chu Kuangren to use it. Chu Kuangren was indeed powerful. When almost everyone was out, Elder Ruyan looked at the secret realm. Why aren't Kuangren and the others out yet? As soon as she said that, a few people walked out of the secret realm. It was Chu Kuangren and the people from the Black Heaven Sect. Countless cultivators looked over. Some were excited, some were eager, and some were afraid. The moment Chu Kuangren stepped out of the secret realm, he could feel several terrifying auras shrouding his body and locking onto him. Chu Kuangren, pay with your life for the death of our young emperor. Honorable Lei Hua immediately attacked. The aura of an honorable erupted and shook the heavens and earth. Old man, don't you dare. Elder Rian had long been prepared for this move by his sovereign Lei Hua. The instant he made his move, she immediately stepped forward to stop him. However, even if he could stop Paragon Lei Hua, the other venerables wouldn't be able to stop him. Elder Rian's expression changed. Madman. However, Chu Kuangren, who was being targeted by several honorables, stood his ground calmly. He did not panic at all. Humph! A cold snort came from the void. A few terrifying rays of sword light burst forth and slashed at the honorable ones from the Thunder Falcon tribe. What? Not good. In the blink of an eye, several clouds of bloody mist exploded in the air. These supremacies were actually killed at the same time. Even a supreme being might not be able to achieve such strength. It's Chu Kuangren's protector, his strength, honorable supremacy. It's an honorable supreme. The Black Heaven sect actually assigned an honorable supreme as his protector. The experts from the orthodoxies present were shocked once again. Honorable supremes were absolute powerhouses in any orthodoxy. There were no more than 20 known honorable supremes in the Azure Dragon domain, and most of them were the supreme rulers of the sage orthodoxies and sacred clans. However, Chu Kuangren actually had such an existence secretly protecting him. Whoever dares to touch him shall die. The seventh forefather's voice echoed throughout the sky. Elder Rian was delighted, but she soon became confused. That's the seventh forefather's voice, but why does it sound so much younger? Honorable Supreme. Honorable Lei was stopped attacking and looked at the bloody mist that exploded in the air. His face was extremely gloomy. They had already lost a young emperor, and now they had lost a few honorables. This trip to the secret realm had caused too much damage to the Thunder Falcon tribe. The Thunder Falcon tribe will remember this. Honorable Lei Hua was about to leave as soon as he finished speaking. With an honorable supreme around, he could not do anything. Oh, you still dare to threaten me? The seventh forefather's voice rang out again. Following that, a ray of sword ray with a terrifying Taoist rhyme swept out and locked onto Honorable Lei Hua. What? Honorable Lei Hua was shocked and quickly blocked the attack. Violent lightning and flames blasted out. However, the difference between an honorable supreme and an honorable supreme was too great. The sword ray tore through Honorable Lei Hua's thunder fire like a hot knife through butter and chopped off on his arms. My arm. Honorable Lei Hua's face turned pale. I'll spare your life. Go back and tell your clan leader that we'll let the younger generation settle their own matters. If they dare to play any tricks, the Black Heaven sect will not hesitate to start an orthodoxy war. The seventh forefather said coldly with a domineering tone. He was giving them a warning. It was a warning to the Thunder Falcon tribe and at the same time, a warning to the few orthodoxies present at the scene to let them know the Black Heaven sect's determination. They would protect Chu Kuangren no matter what. They could let the younger generation settle their own matters. However, if they were to bully the weak, the Black Heaven sect would not let them off easily, even if it meant sacrificing the entire orthodoxy. As expected, the honorables from the few orthodoxies present had a strange look in their eyes. Chu Kuangren was too amazing. Once he matured, he would definitely be extremely terrifying. They indeed had the thought of killing him before he matured. However, the seventh forefather's actions had made many of them give up on that idea. A war between orthodoxies was no laughing matter. Let's go. Even though he had lost an arm, Honorable Lei Hua did not have the intention to risk his life. He grabbed his severed arm and left the scene. Risking his life? What could he use to fight against an honorable supreme? Kuangren, are you all right? Elder Ruyan hurriedly went forward and asked. Nangong Huang, Murong Xian, and the others were secretly jealous. All right, all they care about is their elder senior brother. I'm fine. I'm sorry to have made you worry, Elder. Chu Kuangren smiled faintly. Although he did not cause any trouble, he was still quite humble and gentle towards those who were close to him. The more the Orthodoxy's cultivators looked at him, the more they felt that he was a dragon among men. At the same time, they could not help but sigh. Why is such a talented person not from our Orthodoxy? What a pity, what a pity. Elder senior brother of the Black Heaven sect, we have something to ask you. At that moment, an honorable spoke. Senior, please speak. Are there any sages in the secret realm? Were you the one who killed them? The crowd stared at Chu Kuangren, waiting for his answer. Yes. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly. Although the crowd already knew the answer, they could not help but be shocked when they heard Chu Kuangren admit himself. What the hell is going on? Can you tell us in detail? They did not believe that Chu Kuangren could kill a sage. There must be some hidden story behind this. Sure, there was nothing to hide. He told them about how the Black Light Sage was sealed, how he kept the Black Death Beast, and how he fed on sky prides. When he mentioned that he killed the Black Light Sage, he only mentioned that he was lucky enough to break through to the Paradise Realm and that he succeeded with the help of the luminous Moon Sage's remnant spirit. He did not mention Princess Ling Long at all. Chapter 69. I can't believe there's such a secret in this secret realm. Indeed, it's surprising. The Black Light Sage is truly vicious. How dare he feed on the sky prides? He deserves to be imprisoned by the luminous Moon Sage for 10,000 years. The sage orthodoxies were furious after they heard that. At the same time, they could understand how Chu Kuangren could kill a sage. He was originally a broken sage, and he had the help of the luminous Moon Sage. Although it was still shocking, the crowd accepted the fact. Are there any of you who are dissatisfied? If it weren't for Kuangren, your sky prides would have become his food by now. Elder Ruyan glanced at the crowd and said coldly. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and they were speechless. Junior Chu is too talented. I have nothing to say. Sigh, it's all fate. What else could they say? Although most of the treasures in the secret realm had fallen into Chu Kuangren's hands, he had also killed the Black Light Sage and saved the sky prides. Besides, he had entered the secret realm with his own abilities and obtained the treasures. Even if they were dissatisfied, they could not change the fact. That's it. Elder Ruyan frowned. We don't plan to pursue this matter anymore. Elder Ruyan, is there anything else you're dissatisfied with? One of the honorables asked. Elder Ruyan sneered. There's nothing to pursue in the first place, but Kuangren did save the sky prides in the secret realm. Aren't you guys going to thank him for his great kindness? The crowd looked at each other. You've already taken half of the treasures in the luminous Moon secret realm, and now you're targeting us? Fontaine, Yuan Hong, and the other sky prides were dumbfounded. What's going on? Chu Kuangren had crushed them so badly in the secret realm. Not only could they not pursue the matter, but they had to thank him instead? Is there anything more ridiculous than this in this world? What's wrong? Is this how you sage orthodoxies do things? If word of this gets out, you'll become a laughing stock. The seventh forefather's voice rang out from the void. The honorable's expressions changed. Since the honorables had spoken, if they did not do something, they would not be able to leave this place so easily. One of the Thunder Temple's honorables walked up to Chu Kuangren and put his palms together with a smile on his face. Almsgiver Chu, thank you for your generosity and kindness in saving the sky prides of my temple. He bowed and said with a smile, if you have the time to come to Lei Yin Temple in the future, I will definitely welcome you. You're too kind, Master. Chu Kuangren smiled. Since the Thunder Temple had taken the lead, the rest of the honorables could not hold themselves back anymore. One by one, they went up to Chu Kuangren to personally thank him. Thank you, little friend Chu. My Five Elements sect will always be open to you. You're welcome to come anytime. The same goes for the Dharma sect. The group of honorables had no choice but to swallow their pride and thank Chu Kuangren. Some of them did so willingly, while others were dissatisfied. It was especially so for Supremacy Yi Shui from the White Lotus School and the Yiksha tribe. Chu Kuangren had severed the arm of the school of White Lotus's bachelor sage and severely injured the spirit blood child. Now, they still had to thank the culprit? It would be strange if they were willing to do so. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the northern seas were silent. They were dumbfounded as they watched the honorables and honorables bowing to a young junior. The scene was too magical for them. "Can we leave now?" one of the honorables said. He was not asking Elder Ruyan, but the seventh forefather. "Let's go," the seventh forefather said. After all, they were all sage orthodoxies, so it would not be good to push them too hard. The group of orthodoxies and sky prides came with high expectations, but they returned in disappointment. The only one who returned with a full load was the Black Heaven sect. After leaving the northern seas, the people of the Black Heaven sect found a secluded place to settle down for the time being. Everyone gathered together, and Elder Ruyan asked about Chu Kuangren's experiences in the outside world. Chu Kuangren did not hide anything and told her everything. Finally, the seventh forefather appeared. Elder Ruyan was stunned to see the seventh forefather return to his peak state. "Seventh forefather, what happened?" No wonder she felt that the seventh forefather's voice had become younger. It was not an illusion, it was real. I have to thank this young man." The seventh forefather then told her about the life extension pill he had consumed. Elder Ruyan was shocked at first, but then she was overjoyed. With this, the Black Heaven sect has gained another honorable supreme. This is great news. Kuangren, you're our Black Heaven sect's lucky star. Chu Kuangren smiled. After chatting for a long time, Elder Ruyan decided to bring Nangong Huang, Murong Xian, and the others back to the Black Heaven sect. Before leaving, Chu Kuangren passed most of the treasures he had obtained from the Yuanling's treasury and the Luminous Moon's secret realm to Elder Ruyan for her to bring back. These were not of much use to him. This included the body of the Luminous Moon Sage. "Elder Ruyan, I have a presumptuous request. The Luminous Moon Sage fought alongside me to kill the Black Light Sage, so he can be considered a comrade. His body contains Taoist rhymes and sage qi that we can use, but please do not destroy his body," Chu Kuangren said seriously. "We respect your request. Don't worry, we'll take good care of this sage's body," Elder Ruyan said. "All right, Master, where are we going next?" Lan Yu asked. "We're going back to the capital city, of course. The marriage by combat is not over yet." Li Xingchen answered before Chu Kuangren could speak. The marriage by combat. Thinking of this, Chu Kuangren could not help but think of Princess Linglong. What an ill-fated relationship. To be honest, if he had not slept with Princess Linglong, it would not have mattered to him whether she chose to marry or not. But now, he felt a little uncomfortable. "Sai, is this a man's possessiveness?" Chu Kuangren lamented. "Let's go back to the capital city first," Chu Kuangren said. It was not a good idea to keep this matter in his heart, so he needed an explanation. Royal Azure Dynasty, capital city. After a few days, the Sky Prides who went to the Luminous Moon's secret realm had also returned to the capital city, wanting to continue participating in a marriage by combat. Capital city, inside a restaurant. The Sky Prides from various orthodoxies gathered together and were discussing their gains from the secret realm. In the end, they realized that only a few of them had gained anything. It's all that Chu Kuangren's fault. He's too despicable. Most of the treasures in the secret realm were taken by him, one of the Sky Prides said unhappily. At the mention of Chu Kuangren, the crowd suddenly fell silent. Chu Kuangren's name was like a huge mountain pressing on their chests, making it hard for them to breathe. It was too difficult. It was too difficult to live in the same era as someone like him. This person is indeed a peerless talent. Fontian from the Five Ways sect said emotionally. Although he was unwilling, no one could deny that Chu Kuangren's excellence was obvious to all. It's true that he's outstanding, but are we going to let him continue to surpass us? Jiang Valley's Lin Batian said. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore." Chapter 70. At the mention of the marriage by combat, the Sky Prides at the scene were reminded of Princess Linglong. especially when she blocked Chu Kuangren's attack that day at the banquet. Even they did not dare to say that they could block Chu Kuangren's attack, but Princess Linglong did it. It was obvious that she was also a top-notch sky pride. The princess has a godly Taoist physique. If she can get her hands on the godly essence, she might be able to compete with Chu Kuangren. At that moment, one of the sky prides murmured. Everyone's eyes lit up. That was right. They had returned empty-handed from the secret realm, but the godly essence was also an opportunity of fortune. Don't even think about it. With Chu Kuangren around, do you think we have any hope in this marriage by combat? One of the sky prides said. His words were like a bucket of cold water that doused the fire in everyone's hearts. Yuan Hong smiled bitterly. Chu Kuangren is too strong. If he participates in this marriage by combat, we have no hope at all. Besides, this guy is very popular with the princess. At that thought, everyone suddenly felt their vision darken. He was handsome and powerful. If they were the princess, they would definitely choose Chu Kuangren. Everyone, don't be so discouraged. Chu Kuangren will not participate in this marriage by combat. At that moment, a voice came. Gu Chang'e was walking towards the sky prides. Everyone frowned when they saw him. Gu Chang'e had previously defeated many great orthodoxies in order to cultivate his heart of invincibility. However, they were more interested in what Gu Chang'e had just said. Fang Tian asked, "What did you mean by that, Your Highness?" Gu Chang'e said, "I said that Chu Kuangren will not participate in this marriage by combat. My younger sister said this herself." Before going to the secret realm of the luminous moon, Gu Chang'e had talked to Princess Linglong about Chu Kuangren. Princess Linglong had mentioned that Chu Kuangren had clearly stated that he was not interested in the godly essence and would not participate in the marriage by combat. After hearing Gu Chang'e's words, everyone's eyes lit up with hope. I can't believe that Chu Kuangren is not interested in the godly essence. Haha, this gives us a chance. Is this guy even a man? The princess is so beautiful and has a godly Taoist physique, but he's not interested at all. That's good too. Don't blame us for being impolite. After the excitement, Fang Tian looked at Gu Chang'e and asked curiously, "Why did the crown prince tell us this?" A cold glint flashed across Gu Chang'e's eyes. I don't like Chu Kuangren either. My sister can marry anyone, but Chu Kuangren. I see. In the palace of the royal Azure dynasty. In Princess Linglong's sleeping quarters, she sat on her bed with a blade laid horizontally in front of her. It was the saint weapon, the bright moon blade. This sage's Taoist rhyme is indeed extraordinary. The remnant sage's Taoist rhyme on this blade is very mysterious. It's enough for me to comprehend for a while. Princess Linglong's slender fingers caressed the blade of the saber as a blurry look flashed across her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking about. His Majesty has arrived. At this moment, the voice of a palace maid came from outside the bedroom. The royal Azure dynasty king, who was dressed in a dragon robe and looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, walked in. Princess Linglong kept her sacred weapon and stood up to welcome her father. "Greetings, father. No need for formalities, my son." The royal Azure dynasty king smiled faintly, but then his face stiffened and turned gloomy. A terrifying, domineering aura swept out uncontrollably. The palace maids in the bedroom were so frightened that they knelt on the ground. Their hearts were filled with fear. They did not know why the royal Azure dynasty king would suddenly become so enraged. "Other than my son, the rest of you get out." Not long after, only Princess Linglong and the royal Azure dynasty king were left in the bedroom. The domineering aura still filled the air. "Speak, who is it? Who did you give the godly essence to?" The royal Azure dynasty king suppressed his anger and growled. He was the one who raised Princess Linglong, and he himself was an honorable supreme. Hence, he quickly noticed that something was amiss. The godly essence in Princess Linglong's body had disappeared. How could he not be angry when his daughter's chastity was at stake? "Father, let's cancel the martial arts contest," Princess Linglong said calmly. "We'll talk about this later. Now, tell me, who is that person? I'm going to skin him alive." "I did this willingly." "Willingly?" The royal Azure dynasty king was stunned. Do you know what you're talking about? The Shan clan's young emperor will be arriving in a few days. When that time comes, he'll also participate in the martial arts contest. If he finds out about this, the royal Azure dynasty will become enemies with the Shan clan. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have agreed to hold this martial arts contest. What a joke. The more the royal Azure dynasty king thought about it, the angrier he got. He could not wait to tear the person who took away his daughter's chastity into 1,000 pieces. Quickly, tell me, who is that person? Princess Linglong pursed her lips and fell silent for a while. The Black Heaven sect's elder senior brother, Chu Quangren. It's him. The royal Azure dynasty king was stunned for a moment before he calmed down. A thought flashed across his eyes. So it's him. When we were in the secret realm, we encountered. Princess Linglong told him everything that happened in the Gray Mist domain. As the royal Azure dynasty king listened, the anger on his face was replaced by contemplation. If it's him, it's not that I can't accept it. Princess Linglong was speechless. She knew it would turn out like this. To the royal Azure dynasty king, she was his daughter, but she was also a tool for marriage. As long as the benefits were maximized, it was still a marriage. Chu Quangren, Supreme Taoist Physique, Supreme Foundation, once killed an honorable Supreme, killed Lei Ao in the secret realm, killed an incomplete sage. This person is indeed talented. And the Black Heaven sect is not much weaker than the Shan clan. Perhaps compared to the Shan clan's young emperor, he'll be a better marriage partner. The royal Azure dynasty king murmured. Princess Linglong, who was beside him, suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. Marriage with Chu Quangren? To her, compared to the Shan clan's young emperor whom she had never met, she was more willing to marry Chu Quangren. Let me handle this matter, the royal Azure dynasty king said. Outside the royal Azure dynasty, a ferry boat was flying in the sky. On the deck, a young cultivator in a green robe sat cross-legged. This young cultivator had a dignified appearance, and a surge of Taoist rhyme surged around his body. After a while, the Taoist rhyme on the green-robed cultivator retracted. I'm only one step away from breaking through to the battle monarch realm. Young Emperor, we're almost there. An old man walked up to him. Yes, young Emperor, there's something I don't understand. Why did you agree to Princess Linglong's request to hold a marriage by combat? Isn't that unnecessary? The green-robed cultivator said. She's a woman who doesn't want to be manipulated by others. The reason she held the marriage by combat was just to protest against this marriage. Since that's the case, I'll let her know how useless it is. Before me, she can only submit. Besides, since this is my first time in the Azure Dragon domain, I'll take this opportunity to meet the Sky Prides of the Azure Dragon domain. The green-robed cultivator's tone was full of confidence. He was not the least bit worried that he would lose in the marriage by combat, because he was the Shan clan's young emperor. I see. I thought your Princess Linglong had fallen for him. The old man suddenly realized. Chapter 71. Capital City, inside a restaurant. Chu Quangren was tidying up his yin and yang ring. He had obtained a lot of good stuff from the secret realm. Although most of it was given to Elder Rian to bring back to the sect, he still kept some for himself. This is... Suddenly, Chu Quangren let out a soft gasp. While he was tidying up, he found a yin and yang ring from the black light sage's body, and his eyes lit up. How much good stuff would a sage's yin and yang ring contain? Chu Quangren opened it expectantly. However, what he saw was an empty yin and yang ring. There were only a few soul stones, a few bottles of medicinal pills, and some miscellaneous items. No way is this sage that shabby? Chu Quangren pouted and then carefully tidied up the ring. He did not need to look at the medicinal pills and soul stones. His attention was more on the miscellaneous items, which were a token, a jade scroll, and a few sets of clothes. The token was black and very heavy in his hand. There was also an aura of death surrounding it. It was engraved with various patterns, and the word Protector was written on it. Chu Quangren remembered that when he used the Eye of Revelation to check on the Blacklight Sage, he had extracted the words Sacred Palace of Death. What kind of force is this Sacred Palace of Death? I've never heard of it before, but with a sage in charge, it must be something. Chu Kuangren thought to himself and kept the token. Then he picked up the jade scroll. With a thought, a surge of Taoist rhyme erupted, and a large amount of information flowed into his mind like a torrent, forming 3 huge words. Gluttonous devouring technique. This jade scroll actually recorded a sage technique. Chu Kuangren had entered the state of Taoist enlightenment a few times, so his understanding of Taoism was already very profound, even comparable to an honorable. Although this sage technique was extremely exquisite, he had a rough understanding of the effects of this technique after looking at it for a while. So powerful. This is definitely a sage ruler technique. It's a sage ruler technique that's even more exquisite than the human mountain stamp. I'm afraid it's very close to the legendary emperor technique. Chu Kuangren was shocked. According to ancient legends, the dragon had 9 children, each of them different, and this gluttonous devouring technique was one of them. It could devour all living beings to strengthen itself. The gluttonous devouring technique was derived from this ancient divine beast, gluttonous devouring technique. It could devour the essence of cultivator's flesh and blood to increase one's cultivation level, devouring others to strengthen oneself. That's quite strange. But this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If you're not strong enough, you'll be bullied by others. Chu Kuangren thought to himself and made up his mind to cultivate this technique. Before the martial arts contest began, Chu Kuangren gave Lan Yu and Li Xingqian some instructions before he went into closed-door meditation. Since the Blacklight Sage had cultivated the gluttonous devouring technique, the remnant Taoist rhymes in his body would be of great help to Chu Kuangren in learning this technique. Within the capital, everyone was looking forward to the groom search competition. This was especially true for the Sky Prides, who were looking forward to obtaining the godly essence to break through their cultivation realms and surpass Chu Kuangren. However, before the joust for a spouse even took place, they received a piece of news that incomparably infuriated them. The joust for a spouse was canceled. This infuriated everyone. It turned out that they had come all the way from the Azure Dragon Dynasty, but they didn't even get to touch it. Instead, they were fooled by the Azure Dragon Dynasty. Countless cultivators were filled with righteous indignation, demanding an explanation from the dynasty. I came all the way from the Azure Dragon Dynasty just to participate in the princess's groom search competition, and now you're telling me it's canceled? Are you kidding me? Are you messing with us? I didn't even get to see the princess, and it's already over. What a scam. The Sky Prides in the capital city were filled with complaints. The cultivators from the ordinary orthodoxies were still fine, since the royal Azure Dynasty would distribute some soul stones to appease them. On the other hand, the few sage orthodoxies were infuriated. They needed to put in some effort to deal with this. However, the royal Azure Dynasty king was currently dealing with someone else. Within the capital city, the Shang clan's young emperor had arrived. The royal Azure Dynasty king personally received him. Princess Linglong had also appeared. When the Shang clan's young emperor saw the princess for the first time, he could not help but be stunned by her beauty. Princess Linglong, who was already incomparably beautiful, had an air of nobility in her every move. She was so high and mighty that people could only look up to her. It was rare for the Shang clan's young emperor to be moved. Greetings, king, princess. The Shang clan's young emperor bowed slightly. You're welcome, young emperor. The royal Azure Dynasty king smiled and brought the Shang clan's young emperor to the back garden. Without further ado, he immediately announced that he wanted to call off the marriage. Hearing this, the elder who came with the Shang clan's young emperor's face darkened. He said, "Is the royal Azure Dynasty toying with the Shang clan?" The Shang clan's young emperor glanced at Princess Linglong and said, "Is there anything the princess isn't satisfied with? It's not the groom's problem, it's..." The royal Azure Dynasty king paused and sighed regretfully. He then recounted what happened in the luminous moon's hidden realm. Now that my daughter is no longer chaste, she knows that she's no longer worthy of the Shang clan's young emperor. That's why she took the initiative to call off the marriage. I know that I'm in the wrong, so I've prepared a generous gift. I'll send someone to the Shang clan to apologize personally. Hearing this, the Shang clan's young emperor's face darkened. He felt as if a green grassland had grown on his head. Princess Linglong's godly essence had been given to someone else. Looking at the incomparably beautiful Princess Linglong, the Shang clan's young emperor forcefully extinguished the trace of love he had for her. The more he thought about it, the angrier and more embarrassed he felt. It was as if there was a huge rock in his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. He had wanted to use the godly essence to achieve a breakthrough, but now that everything had been destroyed, both as a man and as a cultivator, it was unbearable. Fortunately, the marriage between the Shang clan and the Royal Azure Dynasty is only known by our two clans. If we call off the marriage now, we can pretend that nothing has happened and we won't lose any face. The Royal Azure Dynasty king continued. From the beginning to the end, Princess Linglong did not say a word. Very well, very well. Looks like you've arranged everything, Royal Azure Dynasty king. What else do we have to say? Elder, let's go. The Shang clan's young emperor suppressed his anger and left. Wait, the Royal Azure Dynasty king stopped him. I'll be holding a banquet in the palace today, inviting all the Sky Prides to explain the sudden cancellation of the marriage by combat. If the young emperor is interested, you can come as well. Will Chu Kuangren be there? He should be. All right, I'll be there. The Shang clan's young emperor said coldly. In the garden, only Princess Linglong and the Royal Azure Dynasty king were left. Father, will the Shang clan really let this go? Princess Linglong asked. I've already prepared a generous gift. The Shang clan's higher-ups are not stupid. Although this will affect the relationship between both parties, there won't be too much of a conflict, the Royal Azure Dynasty king said. Then what about the Black Heaven sect? I've already discussed it with Honorable Xianqi. From today onwards, Chu Kuangren will not only be a Taoist of the Black Heaven sect, but also the Royal Azure Dynasty's fiancé. As for when the wedding will take place, it's all up to you. Chapter 72. Inside the capital city's restaurant. Chu Kuangren woke up from his closed-door meditation. With his current understanding of the Tao and the help of the Blacklight Sage's body, it only took him a few days to master the gluttonous devouring technique. This technique was very powerful, and Chu Kuangren believed that it would be of great help to him. However, this technique could easily damage one's luck, so he had to be cautious when using it. Indeed, in this world of cultivation, luck and merit existed as well. Therefore, many cultivators did not dare to go on a killing spree, even if they were powerful. They were afraid that they would be tainted by karma and damage their own luck. Little guy, you're finally awake. Did you gain anything? The seventh forefather's voice came from the void. Yes, I gained something. Chu Kuangren smiled. All right, I have something to tell you. You're quite lucky with women, kid. You even managed to win Princess Linglong's heart. Chu Kuangren was drinking water when he heard the seventh forefather's words. He spat out the water in shock. Seventh forefather, how did you know? Not only me, but the sect leader and the others also know. What happened? Chu Kuangren quickly asked. 2 days ago, the sect leader agreed that the Black Heaven sect will form an alliance with the Royal Azure Dynasty through marriage, and you will be the fiancé of the Royal Azure Dynasty. Chu Kuangren was dumbfounded. What happened during his closed-door meditation? It had only been a few days, and he was already sold? How much did he sell for? Can you give me a little? No. Seventh forefather, why didn't you inform me first? Princess Linglong has already given you the godly essence. Now that she has come to you, are you going to reject her? The seventh forefather teased. Princess Linglong and I did this for a reason. Back in the secret realm, we had to do this to protect ourselves. We don't have any feelings for each other. Feelings can be nurtured. If you really don't like it, when you become stronger in the future, it's just a matter of writing a divorce letter. Chu Kuangren was speechless. Was that even possible? That was just too much. However, Chu Kuangren could sense something else from the seventh forefather's words. You want the Royal Azure Dynasty to protect me? Yes, that's right. The reason why I agreed to this was firstly to form an alliance with the Royal Azure Dynasty, which is mutually beneficial. Secondly, it was because of you. Little guy, you're too talented. Many people will have their eyes on you. Although the Black Heaven sect is powerful, we don't have full confidence that we can always protect you. Therefore, we need allies. The Royal Azure Dynasty is a sage orthodoxy, and their strength is not any weaker than the Black Heaven sect. If you marry Princess Linglong, the Royal Azure Dynasty will definitely protect you. Both of our sage orthodoxies will protect you. After listening to the seventh forefather, Chu Kuangren fell into deep thought. He could feel the Black Heaven sect's good intentions, and by doing so, it was also a form of compensation to Princess Linglong. As far as he was concerned, a marriage alliance would only be beneficial to him. Prince Consort, this is my first time doing it. Chu Kuangren scratched his head and said, Nonsense. How many more times do you want to do it? The seventh ancestor said snappily. When he left the room, Lan Yu was waiting outside. Young master, you're out of seclusion. Yes. Chu Kuangren smiled and nodded. After hesitating for a while, he told her about the marriage alliance between him and Princess Linglong. Lan Yu was stunned for a while and felt a little sour in her heart. I didn't expect Princess Linglong to have such a relationship with you. How should I address Princess Linglong from now on? Matriarch? You don't have to worry about that. Besides, Lan Yu, I've never treated you as a slave. Chu Kuangren said the last sentence with a serious expression. Lan Yu's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. To her, Chu Kuangren was a deity, a creator-like existence. She, on the other hand, was just a slave created by Chu Kuangren. There was a clear line between a slave and a deity. However, this deity was too gentle to her. He was so gentle that she would occasionally feel different emotions, even trying to cross the line that she had set for herself. Brother Chu, someone's looking for you. Just then, Li Xingchen shouted from downstairs. Behind him was an old man wearing a tall hat. Look, it's Chief Chao from the palace. I heard that he's a trusted aide of the Royal Azure Dynasty King. He usually stays in the palace. Why is he here today? And he's here for Chu Kuangren. That's strange. The cultivators in the restaurant were discussing among themselves. Chu Kuangren brought Lan Yu downstairs. Master Chu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Chief Chao walked up to Chu Kuangren and bowed in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked by this. Chief Chao's position in the palace was not ordinary. He was in charge of the palace's internal affairs. Even the crown prince had to treat him with respect. Now, he was bowing to Chu Kuangren. In a sense, it represented the Royal Azure Dynasty King's attitude. You're welcome, Chief Chao. Chu Kuangren smiled. He used the eye of revelation to take a look. Wow, this is an honorable. Someone who could accompany the Royal Azure Dynasty King was no ordinary person. Master Chu, the Royal Azure Dynasty King has asked me to invite you to the palace for a chat. All right, I understand. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly and brought Lan Yu to the palace. In the back garden of the palace, the Royal Azure Dynasty King had long prepared to meet Chu Kuangren. He had only heard about it before, so he could not help but feel curious and excited. Not long after, Chief Chao led Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu to the back garden. The Royal Azure Dynasty King could not help but be amazed at the first sight of Chu Kuangren. What an immortal! Dressed in a wide-sleeved white robe with a jade crown on his head, Chu Kuangren had handsome facial features and an ethereal aura. He was like a prince, peerless in this world. Greetings, Royal Azure Dynasty King. Chu Kuangren saw the Royal Azure Dynasty King at first glance. It was hard not to notice his golden dragon robe. No need for formalities. Come, have a seat. Thank you, Royal Azure Dynasty King. In a few days, you'll have to call me father like Linglong does. The Royal Azure Dynasty King smiled. Chu Kuangren smiled, but did not say anything. The reason I called you here is to meet you. I also want to inform you that I'll announce you as the fiancé in 2 days. Understood. I'll leave it to you. All right. The royal Azure Dynasty king nodded and did not say anything else. Chu Kuangren was even more speechless. The two men sat together, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. The Empress has arrived. At that moment, a graceful and elegant woman walked over slowly. Her facial features bore some resemblance to Princess Linglong. Chu Kuangren stood up to welcome her. Greetings, Empress. Oh, you're Chu Kuangren, right? You're indeed a celestial being. No wonder my Linglong is so infatuated with you. You're flattering me, Empress. You're the true mother of the world. Chu Kuangren smiled. Huh, you're such a sweet talker. The Empress was very talkative. She talked about topics ranging from astronomy to geography, and in between, all sorts of interesting anecdotes. Moreover, she was very observant. Once she realized that Chu Kuangren could not continue the conversation or was disinterested, she would subtly change the topic. Her arrival instantly warmed up the atmosphere. Kuangren, come visit the palace more often when you're free, the Empress said reluctantly before leaving. I will. Chapter 73. In the royal palace of the Royal Azure Kingdom. Due to the sudden cancellation of the martial arts contest, many forces were dissatisfied. Most forces only needed to compensate them a little. However, some sage orthodoxies were not so easily fooled. Hence, the Royal Azure Kingdom king set up a grand banquet to entertain these orthodoxies' sky prides. In the luxurious palace, a group of sky prides gathered, looking at the delicacies before them. However, they had no intention of enjoying it at all. Their hearts were burning with anger. They had come all the way here to participate in the martial arts contest, yet it was suddenly canceled. It would be strange if they did not mind. Everyone was waiting for the Royal Azure Kingdom king to give them an explanation. However, some people noticed an unfamiliar sky pride in the banquet. That person's seat was extremely close to the front, even closer to the main seat than Feng Tian, Yuan Hong, and the other top sky prides. Who is that? Some people were curious. However, at that moment, two figures walked into the palace. It was Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu. Upon seeing him, the crowd started to discuss. What's Chu Kuangren doing here? Didn't they say he's not interested in the martial arts contest? Yeah, everyone here is here to demand an explanation for the martial arts contest. If this guy isn't interested, what's he doing here? Facing the puzzled looks from the crowd, Chu Kuangren remained calm. Under the guidance of a palace maid, he found his seat and sat down. He sat very close to the front, in the same row as Gu Chang'e. F***CK. Why am I sitting together with this guy? Gu Chang'e cursed in her heart, feeling a little uncomfortable. Chu Kuangren did not mind at all. In fact, he was happy to see Gu Chang'e's sullen look. Admittedly, he could be a little two-faced at times. Suddenly, a hostile gaze landed on him. When Chu Kuangren looked back, he saw that the green-robed cultivator was staring at him with intense hostility in his eyes. An unfamiliar sky pride? However, where did this hostility come from? Puzzled, Chu Kuangren used his eye of revelation to check. Shang Han, Shang Clan's young emperor, Paradise Realm. Chu Kuangren came to a realization. So, it's the Shang clan's young emperor. No wonder he's so hostile towards me. After all, I gave him a bad name. Chu Kuangren looked at Shang Han with pity. Crack. As if sensing the pity in Chu Kuangren's eyes, Shang Han clenched his fist and crushed the wine glass in his hand into dust. When the surrounding sky pride saw this, their hearts skipped a beat. This unfamiliar sky pride was not on good terms with Chu Kuangren. When they thought of this, they felt that Shang Han was much more pleasing to the eye. Some of them even felt that they were in the same boat. Perhaps all of them were sky prides who had been defeated by Chu Kuangren before. The king has arrived. The Royal Azure Dynasty king walked over with the Empress, followed by Princess Linglong. Upon seeing this, the crowd of sky prides stood up to welcome them. Most of them had their eyes on Princess Linglong, who was behind the Royal Azure Dynasty king. Today, Princess Linglong was dressed in an embroidered robe. Her hair was tied up with a 9-feathered phoenix hairpin. She had a beautiful face and a noble temperament. Chu Kuangren instinctively looked over as well. Their gazes met for a moment and then separated. However, in Shang Han's eyes, this scene was like a pair of intimate Taoist companions gazing at each other with a tacit understanding. There was an ambiguous feeling brewing. The haze in Shang Han's eyes deepened when he thought about this. Don't stand on ceremony, everyone. Take a seat. The Royal Azure Dynasty King smiled. Once everyone was seated, the Royal Azure Dynasty King went straight to the point. I know that everyone is dissatisfied with the martial arts contest. That's why I've arranged this banquet to explain and compensate everyone. After this banquet, your orthodoxies may send a representative to the treasury to pick a treasure. The Royal Azure Dynasty's treasury was where the Royal Azure Dynasty's heritage was located. There were countless treasures inside, and the Royal Azure Dynasty King's sincerity was evident by allowing them to pick a treasure. Only then did the dissatisfaction in everyone's hearts dissipate. After all, the Royal Azure Dynasty King did not want to participate in the martial arts contest. What else could they do? To be able to obtain a treasure without having to do anything was already a great thing for them. Although the treasure was definitely not as valuable as the godly essence. Even if the martial arts contest were to continue, they would not be able to stand out. But this treasure was real, and it could be obtained. I wonder if the Royal Azure Dynasty King can explain why the martial arts contest was suddenly canceled. Fan Tian was still curious. That's what I'm about to say. The main reason for canceling the martial arts contest is that Linglong already has someone in her heart. Coincidentally, that person is among you. The Royal Azure Dynasty King smiled. Everyone looked at each other when they heard that. Who is it? Which B** starred as won the princess heart. It can't be Chu Kuangren, right? The princess has shown interest in him a few times. That can't be. Didn't Chu Kuangren say that he has no interest in Princess Linglong? He didn't even want to participate in the martial arts contest. Then who could it be? Some people looked at Princess Linglong, trying to figure out something from her. However, they realized that her gaze was fixed somewhere. When they followed her gaze, all they saw was Chu Kuangren. Fan Tian, Yuan Hong, and the others' hearts skipped a beat. No way, no way, no way. Is it really Chu Kuangren? This person is the Black Heaven sect's elder senior brother, Chu Kuangren. While everyone was still in shock, the Royal Azure Dynasty King spoke. Everyone's gazes were instantly focused on Chu Kuangren. Besides that, I've already formed a marriage alliance with the Black Heaven sect. From now on, Chu Kuangren will be the fiancé of the Royal Azure Dynasty. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, the Royal Azure Dynasty ruler dropped another bombshell, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. Fan Tian, Yuan Hong, and the others looked at Chu Kuangren with bloodshot eyes. F***CKU, didn't you say that you're not interested in the princess? How did you become the fiancé of the Royal Azure Dynasty in the blink of an eye? It's bad enough that you've taken all the treasures in the secret realm, but now you want Princess Linglong as well. You're not giving us a chance at all. Everyone lost their composure. In their hearts, they cursed Chu Kuangren to no end. But what use is that? Not only did Chu Kuangren take all the treasures in the secret realm of the Luminous Moon, he even became the fiancé of the Royal Azure Dynasty. Father, I don't agree. At that moment, Gu Chang'e jumped out. Are you kidding me? If Chu Kuangren gets the godly essence and becomes the fiancé, I'll go crazy with anger. Shut up. The Royal Azure Dynasty King snorted with a cold gaze. You're the crown prince of the Royal Azure Dynasty. What a disgrace. He was the one who arranged the marriage alliance with the Black Heaven sect. How could he cancel it just because Gu Chang'e disagreed? Father, Chu Kuangren is too arrogant. He's definitely not a suitable candidate to be the fiancé. Gu Chang'e said loudly. If I say he's suitable, then he's suitable. As for being arrogant, which young man isn't arrogant? What's wrong with that? Father, Crown Prince, are you drunk? Just as Gu Chang'e was about to say something, the Royal Azure Dynasty King stared at him and said indifferently. That indifferent attitude was a sign of his anger. Chapter 74. The Royal Azure Dynasty King had announced Chu Kuangren as the Royal Azure Dynasty's fiancé. The Sky Prides who were present had mixed feelings about the alliance between the Royal Azure Dynasty and the Black Heaven sect. How would it affect the power structure of the Azure Dragon domain? No matter what, Chu Kuangren becoming the fiancé was already an established fact. At the banquet, everyone looked at him with envy and jealousy. He possessed a supreme Taoist physique and was extremely talented. He was born in a sage orthodoxy, the Black Heaven sect, and had access to all kinds of cultivation resources. Now, he was the prince consort of the Royal Azure Dynasty's Princess Linglong. Oh yes, there was also Lanyu. She was dead set on him. What a cultivator wanted was nothing more than 4 words: Dharma, companions, wealth, and land. Chu Kuangren, on the other hand, had taken everything by himself. How could they not be envious? Not jealous? Chu Kuangren sat where he was, completely unbothered by the piercing gazes that were directed at him from all directions. What? Do you still dare to make a move? Not bad, Brother Chu. Li Xingqian, who was sitting right next to Chu Kuangren, quickly went over to him with a face full of admiration. Look at him. He said that he was not interested, but he managed to capture Princess Linglong without anyone knowing. Awesome. Princess Linglong is of noble status, and she has the Royal Azure Dynasty as her backing. Brother Chu, you're in for a great bargain, Li Xingqian said. I, on the other hand, feel that Princess Linglong must have cultivated for 8 lifetimes to be able to marry young master. Lanyu, who was at the side, said. His tone sounded a little sour. Li Xingqian thought for a moment. That sounds reasonable. Chu Kuangren was handsome, talented, and had a high status. Compared to Princess Linglong, Chu Kuangren could be said to be even better. If Princess Linglong was said to be one of the best among the young female cultivators, then Chu Kuangren would be the one and only among the male cultivators. The more Li Xingqian thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. He lamented, when this news spreads, I wonder how many female cultivators will be heartbroken and cry. Is it that exaggerated? Chu Kuangren laughed. The Royal Azure Dynasty is one of the top sage orthodoxies in the world. The prince consort should be one of the best in the world. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. It was the young emperor of the Shang clan, Shang Han. Everyone looked over and heard him continue. I've heard that fellow cultivator Chu is a peerless talent. I'm Shang Han, and I'd like to learn a thing or two from you. Fong Tan, Yuan Hong, and the others looked at each other. What? They heard something. This person wanted a challenge? Chu Kuangren? Are you kidding me? Are you courting death like this? Although they did not like Chu Kuangren, they had to admit that his strength was so strong that it made them feel hopeless. Even if they attacked together, they probably wouldn't be a match for him, but this person actually dared to challenge him. Could it be that water had gotten into his head? AI, he's asking to be humiliated. Fong Tian shook his head and said, challenging Chu Kuangren. Perhaps I would have thought of doing so in the past, but now. Sigh. Saying too much makes me want to cry. Ziyang Valley's Lin Batian could not help but sigh. Wait, Shang Han. Some prodigies suddenly realized that the name sounded familiar. Yuan Hong's pupils abruptly shrank. Shang. Could it be the ancient aristocratic clan of the Vermilion Bird Realm, the Shang clan? Shang Han is the young emperor of the Shang clan. Everyone gasped when they heard the words young empress. He did not expect to see a young emperor here. The Shang clan is one of the sage orthodoxies in the Vermilion Phoenix region. Their strength is no weaker than the Royal Azure Dynasty. So it's him, young Emperor Shang Han. No wonder he dared to challenge Chu Kuangren. Rumor has it that he's even stronger than Leo. The banquet was instantly filled with discussions. Everyone looked at the young Emperor Shang Han with respect and curiosity in their eyes. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren, who was the one being challenged, sat on the ground and smiled. Brother Shang, are you sure you want to challenge me? Shang Han raised an eyebrow. Why? Can't I? No, it's just that I have a bad habit. I don't know when to stop. A few days ago, I accidentally killed a young emperor. I'm afraid you won't be able to take it. Chu Kuangren smiled. His words made the corners of everyone's mouths twitch uncontrollably. Accidentally killed a young emperor? If Lao could hear that, he would be so angry that he would come back to life. Everyone understood the hidden meaning behind those words. It seemed that Chu Kuangren did not take the young emperor of the Shang clan seriously at all. In other words, if he could accidentally kill a young emperor of the same level as him, how many more hits could he take from him? Shang Han's expression was as cold as ice. He glanced at Chu Kuangren and said, "Chu Kuangren, you didn't get the name wrong. It was given to me by my parents. I think it's fine. Kuangren, the Shang clan's young emperor has come all the way here. Since he's in the mood, there's no harm in playing with him," the Royal Azure Dynasty ruler suddenly said. Chu Kuangren nodded. "Since the ruler has spoken, I won't decline. It's not convenient here, so let's fight outside." Without saying a word, Shang Han stood up and walked out of the palace. Outside the palace, Shang Han stood against the wind with his green robes fluttering in the wind. Taoist rhymes circulated around his body, and his domineering aura was suffocating. He's so strong. He's even stronger than Lao. Perhaps he can really take Chu Kuangren down a peg. Fang Tian, Yuan Hong, and the others looked at Shang Han with anticipation. They had been suppressed by Chu Kuangren too much. Now, they desperately hoped that someone could stand up and give Chu Kuangren a blow. "I know you're strong. Even Lao died in your hands, but don't you dare compare me to him," Shang Han said indifferently. Chu Kuangren stood opposite him. "There's no difference." Shang Han did not hide his hostility towards him, so naturally, Chu Kuangren would not be nice to him either. His contempt was obvious. "There's a huge difference." Shang Han snorted coldly. Then, a ray of light circulated in his hand, and a black spear engraved with runes appeared. A surge of chilling Taoist rhymes instantly erupted. "Take this soaring waterfall technique." Shang Han shook the spear in his hand, and a spear ray blasted out like a waterfall, slamming into the void. Chu Kuangren held the Descendant Self sword in his hand. With a gentle wave, a domineering purple sword ray pierced through the night sky, instantly shattering the spear ray. The terrifying sword ray immediately forced Shang Han to retreat a few dozen feet. His eyes narrowed, and he leaped high into the air, channeling his spiritual power to its limit. Violent Taoist rhymes condensed into a violent gale behind him. Sage technique, 9 Heavens Hurricane. That attack was extremely terrifying. An endless gale condensed on Shang Han's body, and as the spear descended, it carried the majestic force of the heavens and earth, pressuring him with its momentum. Fang Tian, Yuan Hong, Gu Chang'e, and the others stretched their necks, their faces filled with hope. He could win. Perhaps this attack could defeat Chu Kuangren. Heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique. With a soft yell, a dazzling purple sword ray rose from the bottom to the top. Like a dragon emerging from the abyss, it instantly tore apart the raging gale and landed on Shang Han's body. With a clang, the spear flew out of Shang Han's hand and stabbed into the ground. Shang Han himself flew out and fell onto the ground like a rag. "I've told you, there's no difference." Chu Kuangren still stood where he was. From the beginning until the end, he did not move a single step. Fang Tian, Yuan Hong, and the others' hopes were dashed. "Another young emperor has lost," Fang Tian said bitterly. What were they hoping for? Someone who could defeat Chu Kuangren. Chapter 75. What a young emperor, to be able to withstand 2 of my attacks. Chu Kuangren smirked as he looked at Shang Han, who was lying on the ground. Those words made Fang Tian and the others' mouths twitch. A young emperor could only withstand 2 attacks? You're a young emperor. Can't you be more obvious with your taunts? Isn't he just hostile towards you? Was there a need to humiliate him like that? Everyone grumbled in their hearts, but no one dared to voice it out. Princess Linglong, who was beside the Royal Azure Dynasty ruler, stared at the peerless Chu Kuangren with a glimmer in her eyes. This was the man who was going to marry her. He was indeed a peerless beauty. Which young lady would not yearn for love? Which young lady would not wish for their lover to be a peerless hero? Although the essence of this marriage was a transaction of mutual benefit, Princess Linglong's heart was filled with feelings at this moment. In terms of talent and looks, Chu Kuangren was definitely a celestial being, the only one in this world. Whoosh, an old man flew over to Shang Han's side and quickly helped him up. Young Emperor, are you all right? The old man was shocked to see Shang Han in such a sorry state. After all, he was a young emperor, a peerless sky pride of the firmament star. How could he be so weak before Chu Kuangren? That was impossible. The old man could not wrap his head around it. Shang Han could not understand it either. For so many years, he was almost invincible among his peers, but this was the first time he had experienced such a sense of defeat. Anger, dissatisfaction, humiliation, shock, all sorts of emotions surged in his chest as he stared at Chu Kuangren as if he wanted to carve that face into his mind. Just you wait, I'll definitely come back for you. Shang Han left the palace with the old man after leaving that threat. Today's battle had shattered all of his pride, but also gave him a new goal: to surpass Chu Kuangren. Your Taoist core is not bad, at least stronger than a certain crown prince, Chu Kuangren said calmly. He had no intention of killing his opponent here. Previously in the secret realm, Lei Ao was the one who wanted to kill him first. This time, it was just a sparring match. The Shang clan would not let the matter rest so easily like the Thunder Falcon tribe. If an orthodoxy war were to break out, it would not be worth it. He was crazy. He never denied it. But even though he was mad, he was still able to see the big picture. Not far away, Gu Chang'e heard Chu Kuangren's words and was so angry that she almost vomited blood. That crown prince was definitely referring to him. The banquet continued after Shang Han left. When the banquet ended, each of the Sky Prides represented their respective orthodoxies to choose a treasure from the Qinyan treasure vault. In the garden of the palace, there was no one else around except for Chu Kuangren, Lan Yu, and Princess Linglong. None of them spoke as they walked in silence. Father has said that we can decide the wedding ourselves. After all, the fact that you're the prince consort of the royal Azure dynasty can't be changed. Princess Linglong was the first to speak. Then what do you think? Chu Kuangren asked. You and I have only known each other for a few days. I had no choice but to do what happened in the secret realm. Although I admit that I'm a little moved by you, it is only a little. I can't confirm whether or not I have fallen in love with you. Princess Linglong said frankly. The same goes for me. Although this marriage is a transaction, we are already husband and wife. I will take responsibility for it. So let's postpone the wedding for now. What do you plan to do next? Princess Linglong asked. I'm here to train myself, so I want to travel around. The firmament star was huge, and there were 4 domains in total. Chu Kuangren had not even finished exploring the Azure Dragon domain, so he still wanted to go to other places. As expected, you're a dragon among men. The royal Azure dynasty's small territory can't hold you back. Princess Linglong was not surprised at all. After a short conversation, the two opened up their hearts and became closer to each other. The next day, Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu left the palace. The news of him becoming the royal Azure dynasty's prince consort had spread throughout the capital city. Even the entire Azure Dragon domain was shocked by the news. Holy **T. Chu Kuangren has become the royal Azure dynasty's prince consort? Did the royal Azure dynasty form an alliance with the Black Heaven sect? These 2 sage orthodoxies are planning to protect Chu Kuangren's path of cultivation. By the heavens, this is unprecedented. Chu Kuangren's rise to power is unstoppable. What? Chu Kuangren is already a peerless genius. If he gets the help of the godly essence, how powerful will he become? With Chu Kuangren in this world, it's impossible for anyone else to become an emperor. Some were shocked by the speed of Chu Kuangren's rise, while others were worried about the alliance between the 2 sage orthodoxies. However, there were also some who were devastated by the news. For example, the female cultivators of the Black Heaven sect. The royal Azure dynasty's prince consort? Sob. My elder senior brother. By the heavens, how many lifetimes does Princess Linglong have to cultivate her good fortune to be able to tie the knot with elder senior brother? I can't accept this. I don't care. Elder senior brother belongs to everyone. Elder senior brother, I wish you all the best. Sisters, don't be sad. Although elder senior brother is married to Princess Linglong, he's still our elder senior brother. That's right. I still like elder senior brother. Even if he marries someone else, as long as I like him, that's enough. The news of Chu Kuangren's marriage made the female cultivators of the Black Heaven sect depressed for a few days. It was said that even Elder Rian was not in a good mood. It was said that Elder Rian was seen looking in the direction of the royal Azure dynasty from a cliff with a worried expression. She even muttered things like, Princess Linglong is lucky, and when I was born, my husband was not born yet, and when he was born, I was already old. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren had already left the royal Azure capital city. He took a ferry boat from the royal Azure dynasty and flew in a random direction. Although he had no destination, he was still carefree. Only Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu were on the ferry boat. As for Li Xingqian, his father, Li Yi, had already brought him back to the White Cloud City. In the era of great battles, all the Sky Prides were ready to go. Since Li Xingqian was extremely talented, Li Yi naturally would not let him roam around. My two seniors, are there any good places to train? On the ferry boat, Chu Kuangren curiously asked the void behind him. Other than the seventh forefather who was secretly guarding him, the royal Azure dynasty had also sent a protector to show their sincerity in forming an alliance. The firmament star is huge. With our protection, you can go anywhere except for the 10 great forbidden areas. The seventh forefather smiled. The 10 great forbidden areas he mentioned were the 10 most dangerous places in the firmament star. It was said that even sages might not come out alive. Although Chu Kuangren was curious, he did not want to die yet. I heard that you killed a sage in the secret realm of the luminous moon and saved everyone. Perhaps you can take this opportunity to visit the other orthodoxies. The voice of an old lady came from the void. It was the protector of the royal Azure dynasty. Her words made Chu Kuangren's eyes light up. Other than the Black Heaven sect and the royal Azure dynasty, there were 6 other sage orthodoxies in the Azure Dragon domain. These are the School of White Lotus, Five Ways sect, Jiang Valley, Dharma sect, Sacred Lands of Serene Wisdom, and Thunder Temple. Each of these sage orthodoxies had their own unique techniques. He had an extremely high understanding of Taoism, but he did not know many techniques. His understanding of techniques was far inferior to Taoism. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to visit the various sage orthodoxies and see their techniques. All right, I'll visit each of the sage orthodoxies one by one. I hope they won't be too unwelcoming. Chapter 76. The School of White Lotus was located in the southern countries of the Azure Dragon domain, ruling over almost 30 countries. Compared to the other sage orthodoxies, the School of White Lotus had a strong religious atmosphere. Almost all the people in the southern countries believed in the School of White Lotus, and this was all because of a terrible war 20,000 years ago. Legend had it that 20,000 years ago, a demonic beast from hell wreaked havoc in the southern countries, slaughtering countless lives and causing the people to lose their homes. It was an extremely dark era that was still engraved in the history books of the southern countries, filled with blood and tears. It was at that time that a sage ruler appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the demonic beast, saving the billions of lives in the southern countries. That sage ruler was the founder of the School of White Lotus, the White Lotus Sage ruler. It had been many years since the White Lotus Sage ruler passed away, but his deeds were still widely spread in the southern countries. Countless people still worshipped him as a deity and worshipped him as their faith. The School of White Lotus was happy to see this happen, and they used this opportunity to solidify their rule. The Full Moon Kingdom, the largest country in the southern countries. The School of White Lotus's headquarters. Chu Kuangren strolled along the streets of the Full Moon Kingdom. Most people around him wore white robes, skirts, and hats, and very few wore other clothing. It was rumored that the White Lotus Sage ruler loved white and loved white clothes. As the country with the highest concentration of believers, the Full Moon Kingdom's people also continued this preference. Lanyu, do you think it's a good idea for me to visit you empty-handed? Chu Kuangren touched his chin and said. It had been 2 days since he arrived in the southern countries. He had been enjoying the local customs and did not pay the school of White Lotus a visit immediately. However, now that he had enough fun, it was time to get down to business. Do you want to buy some fruits? Chu Kuangren stopped beside a fruit stall and waved his hand, buying all the fruits in the stall. Thank you, master. Thank you. The vendor who received the soul stones thanked him profusely. I don't think it's enough, Chu Kuangren murmured. The other vendors who were initially envious of their peers immediately rushed over and started to promote their fruits. Master, my apple is big and juicy. The red color looks festive too. I also have grapes, plums. Master, my banana is watered with spiritual marrow. Do you think a normal banana is as straight as mine? Look at mine, young master, Chu Kuangren, who was surrounded by a group of hawkers, let out a faint smile. Then, like a tycoon, he took out a bunch of soul stones and bought all the fruits. The 2 Tao protectors guarding in secret were dumbfounded. Bringing fruits to visit a sage, orthodoxy? This was the first time they had seen something like this. White Lotus headquarters. In a large hall, several elders were gathered together to examine this year's offerings from all over the country. At that moment, a disciple walked in. Elder, a cultivator who calls himself Chu Kuangren has come to visit. Who? One of the elders was stunned. Chu Kuangren. Many disciples had gathered in the school of White Lotus. They stared curiously at Chu Kuangren, and some of the female cultivators could not take their eyes off him. Some of them even started drooling. He's Chu Kuangren, the most popular sky pride and firmament star right now. I heard that even the young emperor is no match for him. He's really too handsome. To think that Princess Linglong could marry such a person. If it were me, I would probably wake up laughing in my dreams every day. Yeah, look, he's looking over. He's so handsome. Chu Kuangren stood at the entrance, waiting for someone to welcome him. Not long after, an elder with white hair and beard walked up. Chu Kuangren recognized him as one of the honorables at the secret realm that day. Junior Chu, I apologize for not going out to meet you. The elder came in front of Chu Kuangren with a smile on his face, but in his heart, he was cursing at this little b** starred. Why would he suddenly visit the school of White Lotus? What was he up to this time? Greetings, senior. I'm here at your invitation to visit the school of White Lotus and exchange some cultivation insights with you. Chu Kuangren chuckled. Invitation? The elder was confused. Since when did he invite Chu Kuangren? That's right. Back at the secret realm, you said that I'm welcome to visit the school of White Lotus anytime. Don't you remember? I remember. The elder remembered. When Chu Kuangren killed the Black Light Sage in the secret realm and saved the sky prides of the sage orthodoxies, the honorables had expressed their gratitude to him. Things like welcoming him as a guest and welcoming him with open arms. However, those were just words of courtesy. Who knew that Chu Kuangren would really come to visit a few days later? What else could he do? He could only welcome Chu Kuangren, but he could not possibly chase him out. If word got out, the Royal Azure Dynasty and the Black Heaven sect would come looking for him. Junior Chu, please come in. The elder welcomed Chu Kuangren into the school of White Lotus. By the way, I bought some greeting gifts on my way here, Chu Kuangren suddenly said. He then took out baskets of fruits from his yin and yang ring and placed them in front of everyone. The elder's mouth twitched. Chu Kuangren was visiting a sage orthodoxy with fruits as a greeting gift. That was definitely a gift from a cultivator to the world of gifts. Junior Chu, you're too kind. The elder called a few disciples over to take the fruits away. Chu Kuangren. At that moment, a cry of surprise was heard. A young man's expression changed when he saw Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren looked over and saw that it was the White Lotus bachelor sage whose arm was severed by him in the secret realm. He smiled and said, "Ah, it's a bachelor sage. How have you been? Oh, your arm has been reattached. Congratulations." In this world, there was no shortage of treasures that could reattach severed arms. With the resources of the School of White Lotus, it was not difficult to reattach the White Lotus Bachelor Sage's arm. All he needed was some time to adapt. Upon hearing Chu Kuangren's words, the White Lotus Bachelor Sage's expression turned gloomy. His reattached arm began to ache. Chu Kuangren's sword attack had traumatized him greatly. "I've heard that Brother Chu has come to visit." What a surprise. The White Lotus Maiden Sage appeared too. "Greetings, Maiden Sage. I've heard that Brother Chu has a marriage alliance with Princess Linglong. Why aren't you in the palace at this time? Why do you have the time to visit the School of White Lotus? A real man should be ambitious. How can he indulge in the pleasures of women?" Chu Kuangren casually replied, "Brother Chu, you have great ambitions. Since you're here, why don't you spar with Wanqing?" The White Lotus Maiden Sage invited him. "That's what I was thinking." Chu Kuangren nodded. He had come here to witness the cultivation techniques of the School of White Lotus. Since the White Lotus Maiden Sage was the most outstanding sky pride among the younger generation of the School of White Lotus, she was the most suitable candidate to spar with. Soon, the news of the White Lotus Maiden Sage and Chu Kuangren's spar spread throughout the School of White Lotus. Even the few bachelor sages were shocked. In a pavilion in the School of White Lotus, Chu Kuangren and the White Lotus Maiden Sage sat opposite each other with their legs crossed. "Maiden Sage, please. Then let me start first." A majestic surge of Taoist rhyme gushed out from the White Lotus Maiden Sage's body and surrounded the surroundings before it surged towards Chu Kuangren. Chapter 77. In the Pavilion of the School of White Lotus. The White Lotus Maiden Sage sat with her legs crossed as her Taoist rhymes filled the air. She was silently sparring with Chu Kuangren, and a surge of Taoist rhymes gradually appeared on Chu Kuangren's body. That surge of Taoist rhymes was extremely sharp and powerful. It was like a divine sword that showed off its brilliance. Two different Taoist rhymes intertwined and collided in the air. There are three most famous techniques in the School of White Lotus. They are the Supreme White Lotus Scripture, the Light of Purification, and the Sun Piercer. "Brother Chu, please have a taste of my Sun Piercer," the White Lotus Maiden Sage said. The Taoist rhymes on her body circulated in the air and suddenly formed into a human figure that swung its palms at Chu Kuangren. The crowd was amazed at the sight. She's indeed a Maiden Sage. Her Sun Piercer has been cultivated to the point of perfection. It's not inferior to the elders. Indeed, it's admirable. "I also want to spar with you, Maiden Sage." "You're thinking too much." Everyone stared at the pavilion without blinking. At that moment, Taoist rhymes gathered above Chu Kuangren's head and turned into a sword of the heavens with 9 holes on its blade. It then shot out a sword ray. The sword ray was like a rainbow that tore through the Sun Piercer in the blink of an eye. What a sharp sword, Tao! The White Lotus Maiden Sage was secretly shocked. She then unleashed all kinds of techniques from the School of White Lotus, and the sky was suddenly filled with beautiful flowers. However, no matter how many techniques the White Lotus Maiden Sage unleashed, the sword of the heavens above Chu Kuangren's head broke through all of them. "He's so strong. No wonder he's the famous Chu Kuangren. Is this the power of a supreme sky pride? How deep is his understanding of sword Tao? It's terrifying." Chu Kuangren broke through all techniques with a single sword. That kind of power shocked everyone at the scene. Light of purification. Seeing that she could not break through Chu Kuangren's defense, the White Lotus Maiden Sage activated another top-notch technique from the School of White Lotus. A dazzling white light bloomed, as if it wanted to purify all the impurities in the world. It then surged towards Chu Kuangren. Heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique. Chu Kuangren shouted. The sword of the heavenly Tao suddenly trembled, and a purple sword gleam whizzed out, piercing into the white light, and completely tearing apart the Taoist rhyme within. The White Lotus Saintess Taoist rhyme suddenly dispersed. She took a deep breath and said, "I've lost this sparring session." Her Tao and techniques were completely incomparable to Chu Kuangren's. The Saintess lost? Sai, what can we do? He's Chu Kuangren after all. Amazing. In the void, there were also a few figures spying on them. They were the elders of the school of White Lotus. They had been watching the sparring session from the beginning to the end. They were not surprised to see the White Lotus Saintess lose. They were well aware of how strong Chu Kuangren was. He could even defeat a young emperor, let alone the White Lotus Maiden Sage. This kid's Tao is the one sword to destroy all things, and it's already in its embryonic form. In the future, it will be extremely terrifying. Chu Kuangren is truly extraordinary. The few elders of the school of White Lotus were secretly exclaiming in admiration. Meanwhile, in the pavilion, Chu Kuangren had also retracted his Taoist rhyme. He had gained quite a lot from this sparring session, and his understanding of techniques had increased. The sparring session is to verify what one has learned. If one is only obsessed with winning or losing, then it's not worth it, Chu Kuangren said. Brother Chu, you're right. The White Lotus Maiden Sage nodded. After that, the White Lotus Maiden Sage arranged for Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu to stay in the school of White Lotus for a few days. The next day, early morning, Chu Kuangren got up and opened the fantasy roulette as usual. He did not have high hopes of getting anything good at first. After all, he had just gotten a treasure locating skill not too long ago. Congratulations, host, for getting the legendary attribute, meditational clarity. What? Chu Kuangren suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Legendary? Did he get a legendary item again? Impossible, impossible, impossible. Chu Kuangren opened the fantasy roulette space and saw a white orb lying inside. There was even a note beside it. Legendary attribute, meditational clarity. Chu Kuangren was stunned. Then, a look of joy appeared on his face. Holy sh*t, I'm so lucky. He had just gotten the treasure locating skill a few days ago, and now he got a legendary attribute. It felt surreal to him. Withdraw the meditational clarity, Chu Kuangren muttered in his heart. Instantly, an incomparably mysterious feeling surged into his heart. Chu Kuangren closed his eyes and had an intoxicated look on his face. When he opened his eyes again, he felt that the whole world was different. It was clearer. It was not a clearer vision, but a clearer understanding of the nature of the world. The meditational clarity was an attribute related to enlightenment. It made it easier for Chu Kuangren to quickly understand various techniques. His enlightenment was already very high, and now, with the addition of the meditational clarity, it was hard to imagine how far he could go. After Chu Kuangren calmed down, he opened the door and opened his arms to receive the sun. Oh, what a beautiful day, Master. Lan Yu, who came to wake Chu Kuangren up, was stunned. She was puzzled by her master's strange behavior early in the morning. Cough, cough. Lan Yu, good morning. Good morning, Master. The two of them had breakfast under the guidance of the servants from the school of White Lotus. After that, the White Lotus Maiden Sage acted as a tour guide and brought the two of them around as if they were on a sightseeing tour. The three of them came to a mountain wall. This mountain wall was as smooth as a mirror, and there was a huge mural engraved on it. It was a vivid and lifelike white lotus, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. It was a magnificent sight. There were many disciples from the school of White Lotus in front of the mountain wall. They were scratching their heads as they visualized the mural. Chu Kuangren even saw the White Lotus Bachelor Sage. What are they doing here? Chu Kuangren asked. Rumor has it that the White Lotus Sage ruler, the founder of the school of White Lotus, once gained enlightenment in front of this mountain wall and created the supreme sage ruler technique, the White Lotus Light of purification. These disciples are trying to emulate the founder's enlightenment, the White Lotus Maiden Sage said. Can they emulate that too? Chu Kuangren was stunned. If it was that easy to emulate a sage ruler, the sages would have been running around the world by now. Brother Chu, this mountain wall is extraordinary. It indeed contains the Taoist rhymes left behind by our founder. The light of purification, one of the three main techniques of the school of White Lotus, was derived from this mountain wall. However, it's only a fragment, not even 1/10 of the original. The White Lotus Maiden Sage sighed. Chu Kuangren nodded. I see. His interest was piqued, so he went up a look at the mountain wall. When the people around him saw him, they started to discuss among themselves. Chu Kuangren, what's he doing here? Does he also want to gain enlightenment from the White Lotus light of purification left behind by our founder? What a joke. He's not even a member of the school of White Lotus. If he doesn't cultivate our techniques, how can he possibly gain enlightenment from it? Ever since our founder passed away, the White Lotus light of purification has been lost. Every generation of the school of White Lotus has tried to gain enlightenment from this mountain wall, but no one has succeeded. How can he do it? The White Lotus bachelor sage walked up and looked at Chu Kuangren. Why, Brother Chu, are you trying to gain enlightenment from the White Lotus light of purification? Chapter 78. How could Chu Kuangren not know what the White Lotus bachelor sage was thinking? However, he did not reject him. Sage ruler technique, White Lotus light of purification. Such a technique was right in front of him, waiting for him to comprehend it. Naturally, he would not let it go. Let's wait and see. Chu Kuangren chuckled. He then slowly walked to the front of the mountain wall and stared at the mural, his mind gradually immersed in it. When the White Lotus sage saw this, he could not help but scoff. What a joke. Generations of prodigies from the school of White Lotus have tried to comprehend it for countless years, but none of them managed to comprehend the White Lotus light of purification. You, an outsider, want to comprehend it? The White Lotus light of purification could be said to be the source of all the cultivation techniques of the school of White Lotus. Generations of sky prides had to comprehend the techniques of the school of White Lotus to a certain extent before they could successfully comprehend the White Lotus light of purification. However, Chu Kuangren was not a disciple of the school of White Lotus and had never learned the techniques of the school of White Lotus. So how could he possibly understand the White Lotus light of purification? Do you really think you're omnipotent? The White Lotus saint sneered. The others also thought that it was impossible, but that did not stop them from enjoying the show. Each of them stared at Chu Kuangren, waiting for him to be defeated. However, they soon realized that something was amiss. As Chu Kuangren stared at the mural, an incredibly mysterious Taoist rhyme began to emanate from his body. There was a white light circulating around him that was gentle and holy. This Taoist rhyme, it's the world cleansing technique. The White Lotus Maiden Saint's expression changed slightly. She cultivated the world cleansing technique and was very familiar with this Taoist rhyme. However, why would Chu Kuangren have such a Taoist rhyme? What the hell was going on? The White Lotus Saintess was confused, and the others were even more confused. Chu Kuangren, what happened? The White Lotus bachelor sage's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. Just as he was about to step forward, Lan Yu took a step forward and stood in front of him. The master is meditating. No one is to disturb him. Lan Yu's gaze was cold as he swept his gaze across everyone present. A magnificent silver-white armor had already covered his body, and he was ready for battle. No one is allowed to disturb fellow Taoist Chu, the White Lotus Saintess said. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. She had tried to gain insights from this mural before, but she could not get any results no matter what. Could Chu Kuangren do it? In Chu Kuangren's eyes, the murals on the mountain wall were no longer just murals. The petals, veins, roots, and other parts of the White Lotus were filled with a mysterious Taoist rhyme. It was gentle, holy, and vast. Gradually, Chu Kuangren entered an ethereal state. Everything in the world disappeared at this moment. His heart was unprecedentedly clear and transparent, and his comprehension of the Tao rhyme was also incomparably clear. Meditative anatta, Chu Kuangren, who had entered the meditational clarity state, quickly gained insight into the Taoist rhymes on the murals. A technique gradually emerged in his mind. In a trance, Chu Kuangren saw a middle-aged woman dressed in white sitting cross-legged in midair. She had a smile on her face as she formed a hand seal. White lotuses appeared around her, and each of them contained an exquisite Taoist rhyme. If Chu Kuangren was not mistaken, that person was the White Lotus Sage ruler. The outside world. The Taoist rhymes that circulated around Chu Kuangren's body became more and more mysterious, and the range of its influence also continued to expand until it covered more than half of the school of White Lotus's headquarters. Many experts in the main altar were alarmed. This Tao rhythm is the world-cleansing scripture? No, it's even more complete and mysterious than the world-cleansing scripture. Could it be? Let's go and have a look. How many years has it been? Is the school of White Lotus finally going to have a sky pride who can gain insight into the complete White Lotus light of purification? The heavens have blessed the school of White Lotus. One by one, the experts of the school of White Lotus rushed to the scene. However, when they saw Chu Kuangren standing in front of the murals with a mysterious Taoist rhyme, they were all dumbfounded. How could it be him? Maiden Sage, what's going on? One of the elders asked. The White Lotus Maiden Sage immediately told them what happened. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief when they heard that. What kind of joke was this? The school of White Lotus had been trying so hard to gain insight into the world-cleansing scripture for countless years to no avail. Were they going to let an outsider do it now? What should we do if Chu Kuangren manages to gain insight into the world-cleansing scripture? One of the elders asked doubtfully. Don't jump to conclusions yet. He's still in the midst of gaining insight. Perhaps he only managed to gain insight into the incomplete world-cleansing scripture, another elder said. The complete White Lotus light of purification and the incomplete world-cleansing scripture were two different concepts. If it was only the incomplete world-cleansing scripture, it would still be acceptable even though it was shocking. However, if it was the complete White Lotus mind cleansing scripture, then they would be in deep trouble. The White Lotus light of purification was the source of all techniques in the school of White Lotus. Mastering the White Lotus light of purification would allow one to suppress all the techniques in the school of White Lotus. It would be fine if this technique was in the hands of the school of White Lotus, but if it was in the hands of the enemy, then the consequences would be unimaginable. To exaggerate a little, this was related to the survival of the entire orthodoxy. The group of elders stared at Chu Kuangren, hoping that he could only gain insight into the incomplete world-cleansing scripture and not the complete one. It was a torturous feeling. Some of them wanted to interrupt Chu Kuangren, but the two honorable supremes, auras in the void, were staring at them, so they dared not do anything rash. Buzz, at that moment, the space around Chu Kuangren began to ripple. A burst of dazzling white light erupted, and white lotuses began to form in the void. The phenomenon shot straight into the sky and covered the entire firmament. All the cultivators in the school of White Lotus could see it clearly. At that moment, everyone felt as if their cultivation base was being suppressed. Even the honorables were not spared. The few elders swallowed their saliva. Their faces were filled with shock. The complete White Lotus light of purification. He really gained insight into the complete White Lotus light of purification. Oh my God! The entire school of White Lotus was shocked. The people who were near the school of White Lotus also saw this phenomenon. Look, it's the White Lotus light of purification. Could it be that the White Lotus Sage ruler has manifested? Greetings, Sage ruler. The Sage ruler is a meritorious person. Countless worshippers who worshipped the White Lotus Sage ruler knelt on the ground, praising the Sage ruler for his meritorious deed. Within the school of White Lotus, a group of cultivators stared at Chu Kuangren in shock. All the techniques they had cultivated originated from the White Lotus light of purification. Now that Chu Kuangren had mastered this technique, the Taoist rhyme that manifested made them instinctively want to worship him. Oh my God, he really did it. The sky prides of the school of White Lotus have spent countless years trying to understand this technique, yet he managed to do it all by himself. Not only that, but he did it in such a short time. This guy is just too terrifying. The school of White Lotus, from the ordinary disciples to the bachelor sages, saintesses, and even the elders, were all dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren's state of mind slowly came out of the meditative clarity state, and the white lotus light of purification around him gradually dissipated. As expected of a sage ruler technique, it's not any weaker than the avarice technique. In fact, it might even be slightly stronger. It's almost at the threshold of an emperor technique. Chu Kuangren murmured with a satisfied look on his face. Mastering this sage ruler technique would be a great help to him. Quick, surround him. An elder suddenly yelled. A group of honorables hurriedly went forward and surrounded Chu Kuangren. In the void, the seventh forefather and an old lady walked out. The aura of an honorable supreme emanated as they looked around coldly. Chapter 79. What are you doing? The seventh forefather and an old lady with a walking stick protected Chu Kuangren. The aura of an honorable supreme filled the air and locked onto the few honorables present. As long as they made any strange movements, he would immediately make a move. The few honorables did not dare to act recklessly due to the supreme honorable's domineering aura. They looked at Chu Kuangren with an incomparably complicated gaze. Even in their dreams, they hoped that someone would be able to comprehend the white lotus light of purification. However, when this person wasn't a member of the White Lotus Society, they couldn't sit still anymore. This was related to the foundation of an entire orthodoxy. How could this be controlled by an outsider? All of you stop. At that moment, a female voice rang out in the air. A middle-aged woman dressed in white robes stepped through the air. Taoist runes flickered deep within Chu Kuangren's eyes. Bai Qing, the sect master of the school of White Lotus, a supreme honorable realm cultivator. Even the White Lotus School's high priestess was alarmed by him. This time, things seemed to have gotten a little out of hand. Chu Kuangren thought to himself, "Greetings, sect leader." Everyone hurriedly bowed to her. Meanwhile, the White Lotus leader walked up to Chu Kuangren and stared deeply into his eyes. "Junior Chu, can you tell me the details of how you managed to comprehend the White Lotus light of purification? I just looked at the painting and comprehended it," Chu Kuangren said indifferently. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched uncontrollably. What kind of joke was this? The school of White Lotus had spent so much time and effort, yet they were still unable to comprehend it. Yet, they were able to comprehend it just by looking at the murals? Was there anything more devastating than this? These murals contain the Tao that my ancestor left behind. It is the White Lotus light of purification. Such a technique can only be understood and not taught. Therefore, other than my ancestor, no one else has been able to understand it. Little friend Chu's comprehension is amazing. It's admirable. The White Lotus hierarch sighed. Even though she was a little disappointed, she knew that a technique like the White Lotus light of purification was not something that could be obtained by force. "Young friend Chu, I have a request that I hope you can agree to," the White Lotus High Priestess suddenly said. "Senior, please speak. I would like to invite you to be the White Lotus School Sage." The crowd burst into an uproar. Let Chu Kuangren become the school of White Lotus Bachelor Sage? How can this be? What is Sect Master thinking about? The White Lotus Bachelor Sage's expression changed, and he immediately objected. "Leader, you can't do that. This Chu Kuangren has secretly learned the school of White Lotus's sage ruler technique. We must investigate this matter." How can we allow him to be the White Lotus Bachelor Sage? He had a grudge against Chu Kuangren, so naturally, he did not want to see Chu Kuangren gain power. However, the leader of the White Lotus cult said, "This mountain wall has been here for 20,000 years. Anyone can come here to comprehend it, but whether or not they can comprehend it depends on their own abilities. How can you say that you stole it? Furthermore, young friend Chu is talented and has comprehended the White Lotus light of purification. You are more than qualified to be the White Lotus sect's holy son. The White Lotus leader had already made up her mind. She stared straight at Chu Kuangren. At the side, the other elders didn't know what they were thinking, but they didn't stop them. The implications of the White Lotus light of purification were too great. If they could not kill Chu Kuangren, then they could only try their best to get closer to him. Obviously, the price of the former was too high. Chu Kuangren was the elder senior brother of the Black Heaven sect and the fiancé of the royal Azure dynasty. If Chu Kuangren were to be killed, the two sage orthodoxies would definitely not let the matter rest. Compared to the former, the latter was much simpler. Turn him into one of their own. That way, they would not have to worry about the White Lotus light of purification turning on the school of White Lotus. They would have another talented bachelor sage, killing two birds with one stone. The group of elders silently praised the White Lotus leader in their hearts. I'm afraid of your kind intentions, leader, but I'm already the elder senior brother of the Black Heaven sect. I can't agree to this. Chu Kuangren said, You're worried about the Black Heaven sect. Don't worry, I'll talk to your honorable teacher about this. Stay here for a few more days. If you have any requests, I'll try my best to fulfill them. The White Lotus leader smiled. Then all right. Chu Kuangren nodded. He did not plan to leave immediately, so staying for a few more days would not hurt. Black Heaven sect. Honorable Xian Qi was sitting in front of a stone tablet. This stone tablet was the Dao tablet, and on it was the heaven-slaying sword drawing technique that Chu Kuangren had created in the library. Ever since Chu Kuangren entered the world, Honorable Xian Qi had been studying this sword technique day and night. Although he had not fully mastered it, he had gained some insights. Every time he studied it, he would sigh. Who would have thought that this unparalleled offensive sage ruler technique was created by a young junior? Every time he thought of this, a sense of pride would grow in his heart. Such an outstanding Chu Kuangren was his disciple. He was the one who named this sage ruler technique. Suddenly, Honorable Xian Qi's face showed a little surprise. Not far away, a white lotus came with the wind and landed in front of him, turning into a beautiful woman in a white robe. Honorable Xian Qi, long time no see. The woman was the White Lotus leader. Oh, what a rare occasion for the White Lotus leader to come all the way here to find me. What's the matter? Honorable Xian Qi smiled faintly. They were all cultivators of the same generation and had many interactions when they were young. Now that they met again, it was like old friends catching up. It's about Chu Kuangren, the White Lotus leader said lightly. Honorable Xian Qi's expression turned serious. Speak. Then, the White Lotus leader told him about how Chu Kuangren was studying the White Lotus light of purification in the school of White Lotus and how she wanted him to become a bachelor sage. After listening, even Honorable Xian Qi was a little dumbfounded. Then he laughed out loud. Good. You are indeed my disciple. You are indeed extraordinary and talented. The White Lotus leader rolled her eyes, but in her heart, she was a little envious that Honorable Xian Qi had such a disciple. It would be great if she was the one who accepted this disciple. All right, let's get down to business. Chu Kuangren's talent is too terrifying. Do you really have the confidence to protect him with just the Black Heaven sect and the Royal Azure dynasty? Why don't you add the school of White Lotus into the mix? The White Lotus leader said calmly. Let me think. What else is there to think about? This matter will only benefit him. With our three great sage orthodoxies protecting him, at least in the Azure Dragon domain, no one can touch him. I need to talk to the Royal Azure Dynasty King about this. Honorable Xian Qi contacted the Royal Azure Dynasty King for a discussion. In the end, the leaders of the two orthodoxies agreed to the White Lotus leader's request. With Chu Kuangren as the link, the three great sage orthodoxies could form an alliance to a certain extent, seeking space for common development. I'll talk to Kuangren about this. All right, I'll take my leave then. After the discussion, the White Lotus leader's spiritual thought immediately dissipated. Honorable Xianxi remained where he was and lamented. 3 great sage orthodoxies are protecting a single person. This is something that has never happened before. Chu Kuangren suddenly received a message from his Honorable Xianxi in the School of White Lotus, asking if he was willing to become the School of White Lotus Bachelor Sage. You don't have to do anything. For now, you just need to be a nominal member. You can continue to train, Honorable Xianxi said. Sure. Chu Kuangren nodded and agreed. Having the title of a Bachelor Sage and having the protection of 3 great sage orthodoxies was a good thing that many people could only dream of. Since Honorable Xianxi had agreed, Chu Kuangren had no reason to refuse. Just like that, besides being the elder senior brother of the Black Heaven sect and the fiancé of the Royal Azure dynasty, Chu Kuangren now had another title. Chapter 80. News of Chu Kuangren becoming a bachelor sage spread throughout the School of White Lotus in no time at all, shocking countless disciples. Before this, they had only heard of Chu Kuangren's name. It was not positive news either. Things like declaring war on the entire world, destroying the entire White Cloud City Lord residence, and plundering the secret realm. Everyone thought that Chu Kuangren was an evil person. Yet now, this evil person had become their bachelor sage? That was just too dramatic. I wonder what the leader and the others are thinking about Chu Kuangren becoming our bachelor sage. This is just too reckless. You guys don't know this, but Chu Kuangren has gained insights into the White Lotus light of purification left behind by our ancestors. It's impossible not to make him a bachelor sage. That's right, this is just too magical. Say, so many sky prides in the School of White Lotus have failed to gain insights into the White Lotus light of purification. So why did Chu Kuangren do it? That's right. Countless disciples in the School of White Lotus were discussing among themselves. A few female cultivators gathered together, and one of them said, "Do you guys think Chu Kuangren looks like a burly man?" "I don't think so. I heard that he looks like an immortal." "That's just a rumor. Nowadays, anyone who looks slightly better will be praised to death," the female cultivator said nonchalantly. At that moment, the crowd gasped. "Look, it's Chu Kuangren. Extraordinary indeed, extraordinary and refined." The female cultivators looked over and saw the immortal-like Chu Kuangren walking past them with Lan Yu in tow. "Wow, he's just like the rumors say." "No, he's even better looking than the rumors say. He looks like an immortal descending from the heavens." "That's right, he's so handsome." The female cultivator who belittled Chu Kuangren earlier stood there in a daze. She only regained her senses after Chu Kuangren had walked far away. "I hereby announce that from today onward, I fully support Chu Kuangren as our bachelor sage. I'll fight anyone who disagrees." "Me too." Chu Kuangren brought Lan Yu around the School of White Lotus, and unknowingly, he had gained a lot of fans. In the School of White Lotus's main hall, the White Lotus leader looked at the luxurious white robe in front of her and smiled in satisfaction. She then turned to Chu Kuangren and said, "These are the clothes to be worn during the conferral ceremony. Take a look and see if there are any areas that you would like to improve." "It's up to you, senior." Chu Kuangren chuckled. In any case, he was handsome and looked good in anything. "Yes, after the crowning ceremony, we will announce it to the world. At that time, the 3 great sage orthodoxies will protect you." The leader of the White Lotus cult smiled faintly as a hint of surprise flashed through her eyes. 3 great sage orthodoxies were protecting one person. This kind of thing could be said to be unprecedented. "Thank you, sect leader." Soon, the School of White Lotus conferring ceremony arrived. In the capital of the Full Moon Kingdom, there was a high platform. This was the place where the conferment ceremony would be held. The Holy Sun would be conferred in front of countless believers. On the high platform, the king of the Great Moon Kingdom and the leader of the White Lotus School sat on one side. Below the platform, countless believers filled the streets. Everyone was looking forward to the appearance of the new saint. Rumor has it that the new saint has gained insights into the cultivation techniques left behind by the sage ruler. I wonder if that's true. I'm really looking forward to it. Of course it's true. 2 days ago, there were white lotuses all over the sky. It's not like you guys didn't see it. How can that phenomenon be faked? That's great. Yeah, after so many years, someone has finally gained insights into the techniques left behind by the sage ruler. The sage ruler finally has a successor. The crowd was discussing fervently. Due to the phenomenon of white lotuses all over the sky 2 days ago, the crowd's enthusiasm for this crowning ceremony was unprecedentedly high. On the high platform, the king of the full moon kingdom asked curiously, "Leader, did this saint really gain insights into the techniques left behind by the sage ruler?" The leader of the White Lotus School nodded slightly. Upon receiving the answer, the king of the full moon kingdom was first shocked, then overjoyed. He exclaimed, "The sage ruler finally has a successor. Yes, he's an outstanding young man." The leader of the White Lotus School smiled. The king of the full moon kingdom was shocked. Even the White Lotus Maiden Sage did not have such an evaluation from the leader of the White Lotus School. "They're here, they're here." At that moment, a cry came from the crowd. At the end of the street, two figures were slowly walking towards them. They were a man and a woman. At the front was Chu Kuangren. He was dressed in a luxurious white robe, with a jade crown on his head and a pair of white boots inlaid with jade on his feet. His aura was ethereal like that of an immortal. Behind him was Lanyu. She was dressed in a silver-white armor with her wings spread out. Holding a scepter of light in her hand, she exuded a holy aura. At that moment, the entire street was silent. There were only these two people between heaven and earth. "Play the music," the leader of the White Lotus School said from the high platform. On both sides of the street, there were people blowing into a horn, and a solemn sound echoed throughout the sky. At that moment, another phenomenon appeared. An incredibly mysterious Taoist rhyme emanated from Chu Kuangren's body. With every step he took, a white lotus bloomed beneath his feet. With every step he took, a lotus bloomed. The sage ruler's white lotus light of purification. It's the white lotus light of purification. Could he be the reincarnation of the sage ruler? Greetings, Bachelor Sage. Countless followers of the White Lotus Sage ruler immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Chu Kuangren the moment they saw the White Lotus light of purification. At that moment, it was as if Chu Kuangren was the reincarnation of the White Lotus Sage ruler who single-handedly suppressed the demonic beasts of hell and saved billions of lives 20,000 years ago. Everyone worshipped him like a god. Behind Chu Kuangren, Lanyu stared at his back with a fanatical look in her eyes, just like the other followers. To her, Chu Kuangren should be high and mighty, respected and worshipped by billions of people, because he was her god. The White Lotus Maiden Sage and a few other bachelor sages watched from afar. They looked at each other with a bitter smile on their faces. They did not have such a scene when they were conferred their titles. We're all bachelor sages, but there's no doubt that Chu Kuangren's position is much higher than ours, one of the bachelor sages said, who asked him to gain insights into the White Lotus light of purification. Maiden Sage, aren't you afraid that Chu Kuangren will be a threat to you now that he has mastered the White Lotus light of purification? One of the bachelor sages looked at the White Lotus Maiden Sage and asked curiously. The White Lotus Maiden Sage shook her head. He won't. Why not? The leader conferred him as a bachelor sage mainly because he has mastered the White Lotus light of purification. However, he's still the elder senior brother of the Black Heaven sect, so the leader won't give him too much power. The White Lotus Maiden Sage knew very well that although Chu Kuangren was a bachelor sage, he was still different from the pure disciples of the school of White Lotus. Besides, I don't think he'll care about the school of White Lotus. With his qualifications, he'll have a bigger stage in the future, the White Lotus Maiden Sage said. Chu Kuangren's qualifications were too amazing. If someone was destined to become an emperor in this era, then Chu Kuangren had a high chance of becoming one. At least, he was much bigger than them. The school of White Lotus was nothing in Chu Kuangren's eyes in the future. Clinging to the school of White Lotus would only bring more harm than good. Chu Kuangren walked across the street and arrived at the high platform. The king of the Full Moon Kingdom quickly went up to him and looked at Chu Kuangren in amazement. Bachelor Sage, you're indeed extraordinary. All right, let's begin to confirm it. The White Lotus Maiden took out a lotus-shaped crown and placed it on Chu Kuangren's head. Then, she announced to the disciples below, I hereby announce that from today onwards, Chu Kuangren is the school of White Lotus Bachelor Sage. Greetings, Bachelor Sage. Greetings, Bachelor Sage. Chapter 81. After the ceremony, Chu Kuangren left the school of White Lotus and continued his journey to the next sage orthodoxy. Within 2 days of his departure, news of him becoming the White Lotus Bachelor Sage had spread throughout the Azure Dragon domain, shocking countless cultivators and orthodoxies. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chu Kuangren had just become the fiancé of the royal Azure dynasty a few days ago. How did he become the White Lotus Bachelor Sage in such a short time? What the hell was going on? What was going on? The world was changing so fast that they could not wrap their heads around it. Can someone tell me what's going on? How did Chu Kuangren become the White Lotus Bachelor Sage? Out of the 8 great sage orthodoxies in the Azure Dragon domain, almost half of them are now protecting him. My God, this is unbelievable. What the hell happened in the past few days? D***. What kind of charm does this Chu Kuangren have? Why are all these sage orthodoxies flocking to him? 3 great sage orthodoxies are protecting a youngster on his path of cultivation. Hey, do they have to be so ostentatious? I'm impressed. This is what a supreme sky pride looks like. In the Azure Dragon domain, be it the ordinary cultivators' sky prides or the sage orthodoxies, everyone was shocked by the news. Some of the orthodoxies suddenly realized that the 3 great sage orthodoxies were protecting Chu Kuangren. This was some sort of alliance. Chu Kuangren was still young, yet he could already control the power structure of the Azure Dragon domain. What would happen when he grew up? At that moment, many orthodoxies could not stay calm anymore. Inside the sacred lands of Serene Wisdom, the current Lord of Serene Wisdom, Master Taoist Ling Hai, had just received the news that Chu Kuangren had become a bachelor sage. A hint of worry flashed across his eyes. This kid is too talented. Now that he has the protection of 3 great sage orthodoxies, his rise is unstoppable. If we don't keep him in check, the sacred lands of Serene Wisdom will not be able to become an emperor in this world. At that thought, Master Taoist Ling Hai's eyes flashed with unwillingness. He looked towards a mountain in the depths of the sacred lands. Perhaps it's time to awaken him, the sky pride from tens of thousands of years ago. There have been no emperors in the past 150,000 years, and in these 150,000 years, there have been countless sky prides, many of whom were extremely talented supreme Taoist physiques. However, these people were born in the Dharma-ending era, where the great Tao was not apparent. They had no fate with the throne, so they were unwilling to give up. They sealed themselves and quietly waited for the great battle that would give them the opportunity to become emperor. Spirit Illusion Holy Land had such a sleeping genius before. It was just that Chu Kuangren had not been awakened all this while. Now that Chu Kuangren was so talented, he needed someone to go up against him. That prodigy was the best candidate. In Xiang Valley, the Purple Sun Valley Master looked at Lin Batian, took a deep breath, and asked, Batian, are you sure you want to do this? A look of determination flashed across Lin Batian's eyes. Chu Kuangren is too terrifying. If I don't stake everything on this, I won't stand a chance against him. All right, take care of yourself. Xiang Valley Master sighed softly. Then, he waved his hand and opened up a passage in the void. Colorful flames surged inside. A terrifying temperature filled the air. Lin Batian looked at the passageway and walked in with determination. When the other orthodoxies heard that the three great sage orthodoxies were protecting Chu Kuangren, they more or less responded accordingly. However, Chu Kuangren was not aware of any of that. At this time, he was on his way to the Taishu Temple. Another thing worth mentioning was that he now had 3 protectors by his side instead of 2. Needless to say, the extra one was from the school of White Lotus. He could not help but sigh. If he had a secondary card, the 3 of them could play Fight the Landlord. On the ferry boat, Chu Kuangren closed his eyes and pondered. A large number of cultivation techniques appeared in his mind. Most of them were sword techniques, but a few were techniques from the school of White Lotus. He integrated those techniques one by one into the heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique. He had already decided to walk the path of the single sword technique. Moreover, he had already begun to take shape. All he needed to do now was to perfect his understanding of techniques and continue to integrate those insights into the heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique. Perhaps one day, this technique could be upgraded into an emperor technique. Chu Kuangren suddenly exclaimed. He gestured for Lan Yu to stop the ferry boat and sense for a while. Just a moment ago, he had a strange feeling. It was a feeling bestowed upon him by the treasure locating skill, which gave him a keen sense of treasure. Activating the treasure locating skill, Chu Kuangren sensed his surroundings. Found it. Chu Kuangren pointed in a certain direction and drove the ferry boat towards it. In a certain mountain range, 2 terrifying auras collided with each other. Every wisp of aura released was enough to tear apart a mountain or a river. Both of them were strong cultivators. Their bodies were surging with extremely powerful Taoist rhymes and spiritual power, and the surrounding space was shaking violently because of them. At the center of their battle was a mountain peak, and on top of the peak was an extraordinary supreme elixir. Although the battle between the two was intense, they were trying their best to avoid the shockwaves from their battle affecting the supreme elixir. Old man, this sage supreme elixir is mine. One of the cultivators whose body was covered in lightning bolts said coldly. It was a sage supreme elixir. Although it was not as powerful as a sage supreme elixir, it was still much stronger than most honorable supreme elixirs. With this supreme elixir, he would be able to break through to the late-stage honorable realm. You want me to give it to you? No way. Others might be afraid of the Thunder Falcon tribe, but not the Taishu Temple. The one who was facing off against the Thunder Falcon tribe's honorable was an old man in a Taoist robe and holding a horsetail whisk. There's no point in talking. Kill. Both parties clashed once again. Both of them were mid-stage, honorable realm cultivators, so it was hard to tell who was stronger. Blood lightning. The Thunder Falcon tribe's honorable let out a loud roar. The lightning on his body was instantly dyed red, and a violent Taoist rhyme spread in all directions. This was a powerful secret technique of the Thunder Falcon tribe. Although it was a self-destructive technique, it allowed the user's power to skyrocket. After using the blood lightning, the Thunder Falcon tribe's honorable quickly suppressed the old man with a horsetail whisk. With a single punch, the old man was sent flying hundreds of feet away. The violent blood-colored lightning continued to corrode the old man's body. However, the Thunder Falcon tribe's honorable knew that this technique was not enough to kill his opponent, and the blood lightning could not be used for a long period of time. Otherwise, the side effects would be too severe. He dispersed the blood lightning, and while the old man with the horsetail whisk was injured, he quickly dashed towards the Sage Supreme elixir on the mountain peak. His eyes were filled with joy. This supreme elixir is mine. However, right at that moment, a domineering purple sword ray suddenly descended from the sky. The Thunder Falcon tribe's honorable's expression changed slightly, and he quickly dodged it. The sword ray landed on the ground and exploded, instantly creating a huge sword scar that was 100 meters long. The remnant sword chi swept out in all directions. Such an attack was no weaker than an honorable. Who is it? The Thunder Falcon tribe's honorable's expression was extremely gloomy. It was not easy for him to get his hands on the supreme elixir. So where did this troublemaker come from? A white-robed figure descended from the sky with a silver-haired lady by his side. Both of them were extremely beautiful. It was Chu Kuangren, Lan Yu, who had found him using the treasure-locating skill. Fellow Taoist, I'm sorry, but I can see that this supreme elixir is quite extraordinary, and it seems to be fated with me. I hope you can part with it. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.